What if the shadows lurking just beyond the campfire light are not mere figments of your imagination but flesh and blood horrors waiting to feast on your very essence? In the tangled jungles of Central and South America, a cacophony of screams and whispers fills the air, each one drowning out the last semblance of rational thought. Have you ever felt that prickling sensation on the nape of your neck, as if unseen eyes are watching, waiting? Those eyes belong to creatures that defy reason, whose grotesque forms twist the laws of nature into a nightmarish ballet. They are legends designed not to entertain but to terrify, an elaborate tapestry of fear woven into the very fabric of the earth itself. Consider La Llorona, the weeping spectre forever searching for her lost children. Is she a mere cautionary tale or the harbinger of doom, a siren luring you into the depths of despair? Beneath the moonlight, her cries echo like a clock ticking down to midnight. One moment of weakness, a single second of curiosity, and you might find yourself swept away into her sorrowful embrace, a fate worse than death. And then there's the enigmatic Chupacabra. It prowls the night with an insatiable thirst for blood, a grotesque vampire lurking in the shadows of the mundane. Have you ever gazed into the twilight, wondering if the rustle in the brush is just the wind? What if it's something much more sinister? Every goat you've seen, every livestock left mangled, whispers tales of this monster with a taste for carnage, its breath hot against your skin, its fangs thirsting for your very life force. Yet, the horror doesn't end there. The Nahuales, shape-shifting sorcerers, slip between worlds with the grace of a dancer, their laughter echoing like thunder in the night, leaving you questioning, who's human? Who's beast? With every flicker of the candle, every flick of your gaze, they shift, mocking your perception. Are they protecting ancient secrets, or are they the harbingers of your worst nightmares? And if you think you're safe in your urban fortress, think again. The spirit of the El Silbón haunts even the most modern of highways, a forgotten traveler whose whistle inches closer, each note a promise that soon, someone will pay the price. A dark comedic twist of fate, is it not? That the same thrill that makes you laugh can also terrify you into submission? Every tale is a mirror reflecting our deepest fears. Each creature is a riddle, a puzzle that will gnaw at your consciousness until you are consumed by curiosity. What if these monsters are not just stories? What if they're warnings, or worse, a reality we've chosen to ignore? The truth is lurking, just out of reach, waiting for the moment you dare to step into that haunted darkness. Will you turn back, or will you dare to face the madness that lurks in the underbelly of folklore? The choice is yours, but tread carefully, your next step might awaken something that should have remained asleep. The moon hung low, a sickly yellow orb spitting shadows across a dirt path. I could hear the hushed whispers of the jungle, the rustle of unseen creatures, the low hum of cicadas like a heartbeat in the night. It was too quiet, yet too loud, a cacophony of tension that crackled in the air. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, staring into the deep blackness, wrestling with the tangible fear that gripped my throat. They said the spirits of the past roamed here, that the stories whispered through the leaves carried weight, heavy, suffocating weight. I remember the tales my grandmother spun beside the flickering firelight, her gnarled hands gesturing wildly, as if summoning the very beings of legend. Beware of La Llorona, she would say, her voice a tremor, the weeping woman who mourns her lost children. She wanders the rivers, searching, always searching. The words danced in my memory like the flames themselves, leaping and twisting, and the terror felt real, visceral. The kind that lingers, shadowing every moment. Now, with every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig, I could almost sense her, a wraith in the night, a ghost of heartbreak and despair. I was not alone, though. Behind me, Miguel stood, his anxious energy radiating like the heat of the day refusing to leave. He was a friend, flawed and yet so painfully human, his laugh often drowning out his insecurities, but now his eyes flickered with something deeper, a primal fear that mirrored my own. "I can't go back," he whispered, his voice cracking like the dry earth beneath our feet. His hands trembled, gripping the strap of his backpack as if it were a lifeline. Not after what happened. Not after, he trailed off, unable to voice the shadows that haunted him. The memory of the accident, the laughter that turned to screams, the flash of headlights that stole their innocence. I remember, I breathed, the words escaping like a ghost of my own. I remember the night it happened. The way the world turned upside down, how everything I believed crumbled. the way you and I promised that we would never let the darkness claim us. But the darkness was here, waiting, creeping closer. It clung to our skin like sweat, intoxicating and suffocating. I could feel the weight of our shared trauma pulling us under, the guilt festering like an untreated wound. It was not just our past that haunted us, it was the land itself, the stories it harbored, the folklore that twisted through time like vines around ancient trees. Do you think it's true? Miguel's voice trembled, a question laced with fear and curiosity. Do you think the legends, do they really come alive? As if summoned by his words, a sudden rustle erupted from the underbrush, and we both froze. The air turned electric. I could feel the pulse of the jungle, the breath of the spirit swirling around us, their silent screaming. My heart raced, and I could taste the bitter tang of fear in my mouth. I remember, I whispered again, I remember the tales of El Chupacabra, the creature that drained the life from livestock, a monster born from desperation and hunger, a mirror of our own fears. Miguel's eyes widened, and I could see the gears turning in his mind, the juxtaposition of our mundane lives against the backdrop of ancient curses. But we're not beasts, he protested, urgency creeping into his tone. We can't let folklore dictate who we are. But what if it already had? I thought, grappling with my own inner demons. As we stood there, the world around us seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a reckoning. Shadows stretched and twisted, feeding off our doubts. The jungle felt alive, watching, judging. And then, in an instant, there was a flicker of movement, a figure darting through the trees, cloaked in darkness, its form fluid and ethereal. My breath caught, the air thick with dread. Did you see that? I gasped, my mind racing. Was that? But before I could finish, a chill swept over us, a shiver that raced down my spine like ice. Miguel grabbed my arm, his grip vice-like, grounding me in this moment teetering between reality and nightmare. We need to go, he urged, the fight draining from his voice. This place is cursed. Cursed, what a powerful word, I thought, as if it could encapsulate all the grief, the guilt, the loss we carried like backpacks too heavy to bear. The legends were mere reflections of our pain, echoes of lives lived in fear. The weight of our ancestors hung like a fog, thickening the air, reminding us of every heartbreak, every betrayal. I could hear my grandmother's voice again, echoing in the back of my mind, a reminder of the cost of forgetting. The spirits won't let you go, she had said, her eyes deep pools of wisdom. They will haunt you until you reckon with them. And that's when it hit me, this was not just about the legends, it was about us, about facing our collective grief. The stories were alive because we fed them with our fears, our pain. If we ran, would we escape? Or would we merely become another tale lost to the shadows? Maybe we need to confront it, I said, the words spilling out before I could stop them. Maybe we need to meet the darkness instead of running from it. Miguel's face was a canvas of confusion and terror, but I could see the spark of understanding ignite in his eyes. You're right, he whispered, the fear coiling in his gut morphing into a strange sense of purpose. But how? The air hummed with expectation, the jungle pressing in, thick with anticipation. I felt the shadows beckoning us forward, urging us to embrace the unknown. It wasn't just about La Llorona or El Chupacabra, it was about what lay within us, the monsters that thrived in our hearts. And as we stepped deeper into the dark embrace of the night, I could feel the legends wrapping around us like a shroud, enveloping us in their haunting melody. The stories were here, breathing, pulsing, alive in the silence. I didn't know where this path would lead us, but I felt the gravity of the moment, the weight of history bearing down. The jungle opened before us, a gaping maw of secrets and sorrow. Time slowed, drawing us into its depths, our hearts echoing the rhythm of something ancient and unfathomable. The legends awaited us, and with them, the reckoning we had long avoided. The moon hung low, a silver spectre cloaked in clouds, casting twisted shadows across the deserted village. A distant howl echoed through the night, a haunting reminder that comfort was an illusion, and fear was the only truth. I stood there, heart racing, caught between the allure of darkness and the chilling certainty that something very wrong was breathing just beyond my reach. The air crackled with tension, a taut string ready to snap. Lena, her face pale as the moonlight, gripped my arm tightly, her nails digging into my flesh. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. In her eyes, I saw not just fear, but a tempest of memories, their edges frayed, haunted by the specters of our childhood stories. "It's just a wolf," I said, attempting to sound brave, but my voice faltered like a flame in the wind. I remembered the tales our mothers told, the ones that warned us of creatures that roamed the night, feeding off the terror of the unwary. But that was just folklore, wasn't it? I wanted to believe that as I squeezed my eyes shut, as if hoping to wake from this nightmare. I could almost hear my heart whispering, "It's never just a wolf." A rustling in the underbrush made Lena stiffen. The air seemed to thicken, choked with the weight of impending doom. She was always so full of life, so hopeful, a small spark in a world that often felt encased in ash. But tonight, the shadows twisted around her, stealing the brightness from her soul. "What if the stories are true?" she breathed, and I felt the shiver of her doubt wrap itself around my own spirit. In that moment, I remembered the old legends, the creation myths that spoke of chaos and darkness, of beasts born from the very fabric of nightmares. Some said they were the offspring of forgotten gods, birthed from wrath and sorrow. Others claimed they were reflections of our own despair, lurking just beyond the veil of consciousness. As children, we laughed them away, but now, they seeped into the crevices of our minds, growing fangs and claws in the dark. "Please, let's just go home," I said, trying to anchor her, to pull her away from the edge that loomed before us. But the night held her captive. In the distance, a figure flickered, a mirage of darkness that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, a sickening rhythm of dread. "Do you see it?" Lena's eyes widened, and a tremor of raw fear shot through her voice. "It's watching us." I turned, my stomach knotting, and there it was, a shadow that defied reality, twisting and contorting, almost human yet grotesquely wrong. It felt as if the very air around it crackled with an electric malice, suffocating the light, snuffing it out like a candle. And there was Ethan, lurking just beyond the edge of the tree line, his face a mask of conflicted emotions. He had always been the one with the wild ideas, the one who dared to dive into the depths of the mythos we were raised on. But now, as fear gripped him, I saw something darker lurking in his eyes, a thrill mingled with terror. "What if the myths are warnings?" he said, his voice trembling with a fervor that sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to shake him, to tell him to stop, to remind him of the nights spent laughing over campfires, sharing tales that were meant to be nothing more than stories. "This isn't the time, Ethan!" I snapped, but even I felt the desperation seep into my words. The stories were never just stories, they were warnings, echoes of truth wrapped in the fabric of folklore. The creature shifted, its shape morphing into something both beautiful and horrifying, a glimpse of creation and destruction twined together. "I remember," I whispered, a part of me reaching back into the recesses of my mind. I remembered the old legends, the way they ricocheted through my childhood dreams, turning into monstrous figures that haunted my sleep. I remembered the echoes of my mother's voice, "The monsters are always there, waiting for you to forget." And here I was, my heart thrumming wildly as I stood at the precipice of fear and revelation. The creature watched, its eyes like voids, drawing us in, pulling us towards a fate we could not comprehend. Lena's breath hitched as she took a step back, her grip on my arm tightening. I could feel her fear washing over me, crashing like waves against the shore of my resolve. "Do we fight?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ethan took a step forward, his bravado faltering. "Or do we run?" Running felt like surrender. But what if staying meant confronting the very essence of our nightmares? I felt the ground shift beneath us, the earth alive with the tremors of unspoken truths. The shadows twitched, as if straining against an unseen force, begging us to make a choice, an escape or a confrontation. I remember, the word slipped from my lips, a mantra against the rising tide of despair. I felt the weight of our collective fears, the myths that had shaped us, now clawing their way back into the light. "We are not just frightened children anymore," I said, the tremor in my voice betraying my attempts at courage. "We can't let them win." And with that, the night suffocated us, thick with despair and the promise of monsters yet unseen. The moment hung heavy, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of our very existence, leaving us teetering on the brink of revelation and horror, two hearts beating as one, poised to either unleash our own nightmares or succumb to the shadow that had been waiting, ever watchful. The creature shifted, a dark promise laced with ancient hunger, and we knew that we were standing at the threshold of creation itself, where myths danced with reality, and the monsters of our making awaited, hungry for the stories yet to unfold. The night was thick with secrets, a palpable weight that hung in the air like fog, cloaking the village in a blanket of unease. Shadows danced, flickering in the light of the fire, shapes that twisted and turned, whispering of ancient tales. It was here, under the bruised sky, that Xochitl felt the pulse of fear, her heart racing like a caged bird desperate for freedom. She could taste the smoke on her tongue, feel the heat of the flames licking at her skin, and all around her, the villagers murmured, their voices a cacophony of dread and disbelief. I remember, she thought, the memory clawing at her mind. I remember my grandmother's warnings, her trembling hands as she spoke of the Nahul. A shapeshifter, a creature of dark cunning, who could wear the skin of the beast or the guise of a loved one. The stories danced in her memory, vivid as the flames before her. Across the clearing, her brother, Mateo, crouched low, his face set in grim determination. He was always the brave one, the one who dared to challenge the shadows while she hid behind the safety of their mother's skirts. Xochitl, he called, his voice steady, but she could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a ghost of fear that mirrored her own. We must find it before it finds us. She could see it now, a silhouette against the backdrop of the moon, a creature caught between worlds, its eyes like hollow pits, absorbing everything. How do you fight something that wears your face? She whispered, her voice trembling, as if it could summon the darkness. What if it is already here, hidden among us? Mateo shook his head, a fierce resolve lighting the storm in his chest. We'll expose it. We will show the villagers what it truly is. Yet, the uncertainty gnawed at him, the unspoken truth, they had no idea what they faced. As he clutched the ceremonial dagger, his knuckles white with tension, the weight of his duty felt like a shackle around his heart. Then came a howl, chilling and echoing through the night, a sound that sliced the silence. Xochitl's breath hitched in her throat. It's close, she gasped, the reality crashing down on her. The villagers fell silent, their eyes wide, hearts thrumming like war drums. In that moment, they were all children again, lost in the labyrinth of their fears. Stay together! Mateo shouted, rallying the villagers, but she could see the cracks in their courage, the way their resolve crumbled like dry earth. This is no time for doubt. He turned to Xochitl, and in that fleeting glance, she saw the torment within him, the burden of a protector, the weight of expectations. I can't let it take you, he said, his voice now a whisper, raw and laced with pain. I can't lose you. The vulnerability shattered her heart, and the world spiraled as she faced her brother, the boy who had always been her shield. Xochitl felt the ground beneath her tremble, as if the earth itself feared the Nahul. She could sense its presence, a dark fog creeping into her thoughts, threatening to swallow her whole. I remember, she murmured, recalling the tales of transformation. It was said that a Nahul could take the shape of the one you love most, to destroy you from the inside. A deafening silence followed, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire. The villagers shifted, their faces pale, each one haunted by their own fears. Some glanced toward the trees, where shadows moved with a life of their own. What if it's among us? Xochitl thought, her skin prickling. The very air thickened with an ominous energy, a sense of impending doom. As if summoned by her fear, a figure emerged from the darkness, slinking like a ghost, a predator cloaked in human form. It was a woman, familiar yet foreign, an echo of laughter, a ghost of memories. Xochitl's breath caught in her throat. Is it? No, it can't be. The laughter of their childhood danced in her ears, a cruel mockery of the love they once shared. Xochitl, the Nahul crooned, her voice like silk laced with poison. Why do you fear me? I am your sister, your protector. I come to save you. The words were sweet, yet they dripped with malice, and Xochitl felt her heart splinter, torn between recognition and horror. Mateo stepped forward, his dagger glinting in the moonlight. "You are not her," he shouted, his voice fierce yet trembling with emotion. "You wear her face, but you are a monster." The Nahul smiled, a smile that was not a smile, but a cruel twist of the lips, a rift in the fabric of reality. "A monster? Or a reflection of what you fear most?" The shadows shifted around her, twisting into shapes that echoed the anguish buried deep within the hearts of the villagers. Xochitl felt the ground beneath her shake again, her resolve crumbling like the ash of the fire. I remember the nights we spent laughing, the secrets we shared," she pleaded, her voice a desperate whisper. "What happened to you?" The Nahul's eyes glinted with a darkness that threatened to consume them all. "I have become what you made me," she hissed, the words cutting through the air like shards of glass. "You fear the truth, Xochitl. You fear what you cannot control." Mateo stepped closer, trembling but unyielding. "We will fight you," he declared, but his voice wavered, and Xochitl could see the shadows creeping into his heart, threatening to take root in his soul. "We will not let you win." But what did victory mean against an enemy that could become them? The lines blurred, the night pulsing with dread as the Nahul laughed, a sound that echoed in the depths of their hearts, unraveling the very fabric of their family. Xochitl's mind raced, memories colliding in a storm of emotion. I remember the warmth of home, the love that once filled our lives. Can we not return to that?" she cried, her voice breaking under the weight of desperation. But the Nahul only smiled, a chilling expression, and as she did, shadows sprang forth, swirling around Xochitl and Mateo like a tempest, threatening to engulf them whole. Their hearts beat in tandem, a frantic rhythm that matched the pulse of the night, and for a fleeting moment, they stood together, united in fear and defiance, staring into the abyss. And in that moment, Xochitl understood, the Nahul was not just a monster, it was a mirror held up to their souls, reflecting the darkness within. What emerged from that mirror would determine their fate. The confrontation twisted and turned, spiraling into a dance of shadows and light, and all around them, the night held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of love and terror, of hope and despair. The air hung thick with a silence that buzzed in my ears as the moon loomed overhead, a ghostly lantern illuminating the night in a spectral glow. I stood rooted to the spot, heart racing, as shadows danced between the trees, a sinister ballet of darkness. A low growl echoed in the distance, a sound that curled around my spine and squeezed. This wasn't just a night in Puerto Rico, it was the night the legends breathed, the night the Chupacabra would awaken. I remember every heartbeat as I scanned the horizon, searching for something, anything, that would bring comfort, but all I found was the deepening dread. My brother, Miguel, stood beside me, his breath shallow, his eyes wide. He was only 12 but wore the weight of fear like an ancient cloak. "Is it here?" he whispered, his voice trembling as it broke the oppressive stillness. Not yet, I found myself lying, even as the chill seeped into my bones like ice water. I wanted to shield him, to wrap him in a cocoon of safety, but I knew the truth, we were already ensnared in its web, the dark threads tightening around us. The stories had begun as whispers in the village, tales of livestock found drained, pale and lifeless, their eyes wide with terror, echoes of screams hung in the air. El Chupacabra. The goat sucker. The name tasted bitter on my tongue, a ghost that lingered long after its mention. I remembered the night our neighbor lost his goats, the raw, gut-wrenching grief in his voice, the way he clutched empty air, searching for a solace that would never come. Just a story, I had said then, trying to shield Miguel from the creeping shadows of fear that had started to bloom in his heart. But now, as the chilling howl pierced the night, I felt the delicate threads of my own bravery unravel, and the fragile facade I wore cracked, revealing deep-rooted terror beneath. "Listen." I crouched down beside him, the damp earth cool against my skin. Each rustle of the leaves became a symphony of dread, orchestrated by something unseen. I remembered the old woman at the market, her gnarled fingers tracing the air as she recounted her own encounter. "It has eyes like fire," she said, voice trembling, "and it will take what you love." Miguel shuddered beside me, curling into himself, a tiny figure swallowed by the enormity of our surroundings. I reached for him, my fingers brushing against his shoulder, a lifeline in this sea of terror. "We'll be okay," I whispered, though I could barely convince myself. Then, a soft rustle turned into a crashing sound, and we both froze. The blood drained from my face as I scanned our surroundings, my pulse drumming a frantic rhythm. Something was out there, lurking, waiting, a predator cloaked in the night. I felt Miguel's small frame tremble beside me, and I cursed the stories that had crept into our lives like a midnight thief, stealing our safety and innocence. "Run!" I shouted, the primal instinct clawing its way up my throat as I grabbed his arm and sprinted into the night. The darkness swallowed us whole, the trees looming like sentinels in a world turned upside down. The shadows danced around us, a chaotic swirl of fear and desperation. I could hear the pounding of our hearts, synced in a frantic race against the unknown. But in the chaos, I felt the weight of my own fears, a fear of failing him, of not being enough. I remembered our mother's laughter, the way she used to chase us through the fields, a joyful spirit untouched by tales of monsters. I could almost hear her voice, a tender melody that echoed in my mind, urging us to flee. "Closer!" I gasped, pulling him along as my legs burned and my lungs screamed for air. The world around us blurred, distorted by adrenaline and fear. And then, too suddenly, we stumbled into the clearing. The moonlight spilled like silver across the ground, illuminating the tall grass, and I saw it. A creature stood at the edge of the woods, an abomination of jagged edges and hollow eyes. Its skin glistened, a sickly green that reflected the moonlight like a grotesque mirage. El Chupacabra. The stories had not done it justice. My heart plummeted into my stomach, a lead weight that threatened to ground me. I could feel Miguel's small hand tighten around mine, his grip a vice of fear, and it mirrored my own terror. I wanted to scream, to run, but I stood frozen, captivated by the horror before us. I remembered the old woman's voice, the fire in her words, igniting a primal terror deep within me. "It will take what you love." The creature took a step forward, a slithering thing that seemed to shimmer and warp in the moonlight. I could hear its breath, ragged and heavy, an eerie rhythm that matched the thunder of my heart. "Don't move," I whispered, though I could feel the panic coiling within me, tightening like a noose. I remembered the legends that enveloped this land, stories of being lost in the folds of time, of dreams spiraling into nightmares. This was not just folklore, it was a confrontation with something ancient, something that had woven itself into the very fabric of our existence. But then the silence shattered. A feral scream erupted from the creature, a haunting wail that reverberated through the air, rattling my bones and sending a shiver down my spine. It was a sound filled with pain, primal and raw, echoing a world that had long forgotten the warmth of safety. In that moment, as Miguel clung to my side, I realized we were not just facing a monster, we were staring into the abyss of our own fears. "Run!" I screamed again, and we tore through the night, the world falling away behind us. I felt the chase, the terror licking at my heels, but I wouldn't stop. We would not become another tale whispered in the dark. Not tonight. As we fled, I could almost hear our mother's laughter fading into the distance, a haunting reminder of what we were fighting to protect. The darkness twisted around us, but in that moment, amidst the chaos and fear, I could feel something shift. I held onto Miguel tighter, our bond a fragile thread woven through the night, binding us against the shadows. The creature might stalk the edges of our memory, but we would not let it claim our lives. Not now. Not ever. And as we ran, the night stretched before us, an endless expanse of uncertainty and dread. The stories had not ended, they had only just begun. The moon hung like a silver coin in a darkened sky, casting its icy glow over the weeping willow that trembled at the riverbank. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the wind howled through the branches, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and sorrow. It was a night pregnant with anguish, every shadow seemed to whisper her name, La Llorona, the weeping woman. I felt the chill seep into my bones, twisting my heart like a vice, each beat echoing the stories I had heard, the warnings I had ignored. The air thickened with a palpable tension, as if the universe itself held its breath. "Don't go near the water," my mother's voice echoed in my memory, heavy with fear and urgency. "She'll take you. She'll take you like she took her own children." I remembered the tremor in her voice, the way her eyes darted to the river as if La Llorona herself lurked in the ripples. But curiosity, that insatiable monster, pulled me forward, as it always did. I was not alone. Beside me stood Marco, my childhood friend, his face pale, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and desire. He had always been the braver one, the one who dared to challenge the shadows that danced at the edges of our young imaginations. "We'll just take a look," he said, but his voice cracked, revealing the doubt hiding beneath his bravado. His fingers trembled, brushing against the rough bark of the willow, seeking comfort in its ancient strength. We stepped closer to the water's edge, the moonlight glimmering on the surface like shards of broken glass. "I can hear her," Marco whispered, his breath forming ghostly clouds in the cold night. The sound was almost melodic, a haunting lullaby that pulled at the strings of my heart. The river began to ripple, and I felt it, an eerie stillness, a shift in the air. My pulse quickened. I wanted to turn back, but something deep inside urged me to stay. "I remember my grandmother's stories," I murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "How she lost her children to her own despair. How she roams the rivers, searching for them, weeping for what she lost." Every word felt like a hammer striking at my chest, the grief palpable, the pain raw and unfiltered. The river beckoned, a siren call that promised secrets, yet cloaked in danger. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman draped in white, her hair cascading like a waterfall, dark and tangled, framing her face, once beautiful but now etched with sorrow. My breath hitched as I locked eyes with her. They were empty, haunting voids that swallowed the light. She stood at the edge of the water, her hands trembling, as if reaching out for something just beyond her grasp. "Marco," I gasped, my voice barely a whisper, "do you see her?" He nodded, frozen in place, eyes wide. The woman lifted her head, and in that moment, I felt the weight of centuries wrapped around her, the pain of countless mothers who had lost, who had loved, and who had been shattered by betrayal. I was no longer just a spectator, I was ensnared in her web of grief. "I remember," she began, her voice a haunting melody that resonated within my very soul. "The laughter of my children, the warmth of their embrace. I remember, the air grew colder, and I could see my breath as white puffs, mingling with hers. Each word she uttered pulled at the fabric of my heart, her sorrow became part of me. I felt the story coursing through my veins, a tapestry of love and loss woven into the very essence of who I was. Why? I wanted to scream, the question clawing at my throat. Why do you wander? But no sound escaped my lips. I could only bear witness as she wept, a sound so deep and primal, it felt like the earth itself was mourning alongside her. And then, a flicker of recognition crossed her face, her gaze shifting from despair to fury. They betrayed me, she spat, venom dripping from her words. They took my love, my children. I will have my revenge. The last word hung in the air like a thunderclap, a promise of darkness that sent chills racing down my spine. I turned to Marco, ready to flee, but he was already stepping forward, entranced. Maybe she needs us, he whispered, as if that could shield him from the tempest brewing around us. His eyes glimmered with a reckless desire to understand, to connect with the pain that radiated from her like a beacon. No. I screamed, but it was too late. The woman lunged, and the river surged, as if drawn into her fury. The water swirled, dark and ominous, reaching for Marco, pulling him toward the depths. Help me, he cried, panic clawing at his throat, but the river had a mind of its own, and La Llorona was its keeper. Time slowed, and the world faded into a blur as I rushed forward, heart hammering wildly. I reached for him, grasping at his flailing hand, feeling the cold, wet grasp of the river pulling at my feet, dragging me into its depths. I saw the terror in his eyes, a reflection of my own dread, and in that moment, all that mattered was saving him. Hold on! I shouted, but despair twisted around us like a noose. La Llorona's wail pierced the night, a sound that curled around my heart like barbed wire, pulling tighter with every beat. Let him go! I screamed, desperation igniting within me. I could feel the river, the weight of its grief, merging with my own. I was drowning in her sorrow, caught between the desire to save my friend and the overwhelming tide of vengeance that threatened to consume us all. I grasped Marco's wrist, our fingers entwined in a desperate lifeline, but the current was relentless. The river roared, and La Llorona's eyes bore into me, a tempest of rage and sorrow. "You cannot save him," she hissed, her voice echoing like a death knell through the night. "You cannot save anyone." And in that moment, I knew, this was not just a confrontation with a specter of pain, but a reckoning with my own heart. I had to let go of the past, the fears that bound me, or be swept away by the darkness that threatened to engulf us. I could feel the pull of the river, the weight of my regrets and sorrows rising to the surface. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all, but instead, I closed my eyes and remembered. I remembered laughter, warm embraces, and the fleeting joy of love untainted. The moon shone brighter, illuminating the chaos around us, and I made my choice. Summoning every ounce of strength, I pulled Marco back, the river howling in protest. The shadows danced around us, but I stood firm, anchored by the memories of what truly mattered. And as I grasped his hand tighter, I felt La Llorona's fury washing over me in waves, a storm of grief and revenge, yet within that chaos, I found clarity, a determination not to let despair win. In that moment, we were not just victims of her sorrow, we were defiant. The night hummed with tension, a warning that the battle was far from over. We would face La Llorona again, but for now, we had escaped the clutches of her grief, and the river settled back into its eerie calm, the silence heavy with unshed tears. Our breaths came in ragged gasps, the weight of the night pressing down upon us, and I could only wonder what lay ahead. La Llorona had given us a glimpse of her rage, but she would return. And when she did, the world would tremble again under the weight of her heartbreak and fury, a haunting melody echoing through the night. There was no escape from her sorrow, only the unending cycle of loss and the promise of revenge that lingered in the air like a curse, waiting to be awakened once more. There it is, a crack of thunder splitting the night, echoing through the shadows like a warning. I feel it shake the ground beneath me, a visceral pulse that quickens my heart. The air is electric, crackling with anticipation, swirling with the scent of rain mixed with the smoky remnants of a fire long extinguished. I stand with my brother, Eli, his eyes wide, searching the darkened sky as if the stars themselves might provide answers. "I told you not to come," he hisses, his breath heavy and warm against the chill. But it's too late for warnings, too late for regret. My resolve is a wildfire, ignited by the call of the thunderbird soaring above us, its wings sprawling like dark clouds, stirring the winds of our fate. "Do you hear it?" I whisper back, my voice barely a tremor. "It's crying out." And it is. The sound is a raw, haunting melody, a voice of ages past reaching into the marrow of our bones, demanding to be heard. In every heartbeat, I can feel it, an ache, a longing, a haunting that pulls at the very essence of who we are. The Thunderbird, a spirit of immense power, embodies not just legends, but the weight of our ancestors, their struggles, their joys, their haunting failures. It is the tempest and the calm, the collision of worlds, and as its cry pierces through the veil of night, I feel the universe hold its breath. I remember a time when we laughed in the sunlight, Eli and I, chasing dreams like we used to chase fireflies. But those days are shadows, strewn with heartache and confusion, tangled in the web of loss. I see it in his eyes, a flicker of hope suffocated by the darkness that crept in when our father vanished, just like the stories foretold. "Do you think it's him?" Eli's voice trembles, a thin line of hope held tight in the grip of despair. I hesitate, a moment stretched between us, the air heavy with unspoken words. I wish I could lie. I wish I could fill him with the belief that maybe, just maybe, the Thunderbird is a vessel for our father's return. But I know, oh, how I know, that some spirits don't come back, they linger, shadows dancing in the periphery of our dreams, taunting us with what we cannot grasp. Maybe, I finally whisper, but the word feels brittle, cracking in the dim light of our shared grief. It hangs there, like the mist that rolls through the trees, and I see the flicker of hope dim in his eyes. And then, the rain starts, first, a light patter, a soft kiss on the earth, and then a torrential downpour, drumming against the ground like a heartbeat quickening in fear. The world is alive, alive with chaos, as if the very heavens have opened to unleash fury. My heart races, echoing the thunder, and I can feel the pull of the storm drawing us closer to the edge, closer to the confrontation we both dread yet crave. "I have to go," Eli cries, breaking free from my grasp, his determination igniting the air between us. "If it's him, I need to know." No. I plead, fear clawing at my throat. What if it's not? What if it's the end? But he's already running, the storm swallowing his figure as he dashes into the darkness. My breath catches, the weight of the moment crashing over me. I am torn between the instinct to protect him and the undeniable urge to follow, to be part of this awakening, this clash of dreams and reality. I run after him, through the sheets of rain that feel like daggers against my skin, through trees that loom like giants, their roots clutching at my feet. The world distorts, the shadows twist and warp, the sound of the storm shrieking in my ears. I catch glimpses of figures in the dark, phantoms of memories, their voices whispering secrets of the past, of lives lost and souls wandering. I remember our father's laughter, a sound that felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. I remember how he used to tell us stories of the Thunderbird, tales that danced with life and left a lingering warmth in our hearts. A protector, he used to say, a force that will always be there when we need it most. But now, the weight of those words hangs heavy. How could a protector let him slip away? Eli is up ahead, silhouetted against the storm, arms raised as if summoning the sky. I can see the desperation etched on his face, the yearning that clawed at him, the hope that made him bold. He thinks the Thunderbird will grant him a miracle. Eli, wait! I scream, but my voice is lost in the tempest, swallowed by the chaos of the night. The ground trembles, vibrating with an intensity that rattles my bones, and suddenly, the storm shifts. Wind whips around us, a cacophony of sound that becomes a symphony of fury. And then I see it, a flash of light, a brilliant, blinding brilliance that pierces through the darkness. The Thunderbird descends, a magnificent creature with feathers that shimmer like stars scattered across a midnight sky. It roars with an energy that sends shockwaves through the air, and I am both terrified and entranced, caught in the web of its power. Eli stands unwavering, his silhouette framed against the lightning. I want to scream for him to come back, to run from this moment, but my voice is choked by the weight of the storm's breath. The Thunderbird's eyes, deep and knowing, lock onto Eli as if recognizing something profound, something buried deep in the fabric of our shared blood. Time stretches. I feel the reality of our lives balancing on a precipice, a fragile thread woven from hope and despair. The storm rages, and I stand paralyzed, heart pounding with the weight of ancestral whispers, the ghosts of our family echoing in my ears. I remember the stories. I remember the power of the Thunderbird, a symbol of hope, of fearlessness, of spirits intertwined. I can feel their presence swirling around us, the weight of their dreams pushing against the boundaries of time. Eli lifts his arms higher, vulnerable and raw, as if challenging the wind itself, daring the thunder to recognize him. I can't breathe. The moment teeters on the edge, stretched thin as the clouds swirl above, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. And in that breathtaking heartbeat of silence, the world holds its breath. The darkness is alive with possibility, a vortex of fate that connects us through the ages. What happens next? The storm roars back to life, the air crackles with electricity, and I can feel it, a surge, a wave of emotion crashing over me. What will come after this? I don't know, but I can't look away. I can't stop. The Thunderbird looms, a harbinger of destinies yet to unfold, and we stand, two souls in a tempest, caught in the echoes of the past, struggling for a glimpse of what the future might bring. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke curling from the sacrificial pyre. I stood there, heart racing, the scent of charred flesh clawing at my throat, a taste of iron on my tongue. The villagers murmured prayers to the feathered serpent, hoping for mercy as the night unfurled like a dark cloak above, stars snuffed out by a cloud of despair. Quetzalcoatl loomed in their hearts, a figure of wisdom and destruction, a duality that mirrored the chaos around us. In the flickering light, I saw him, Quetzalcoatl, eyes wild, a storm of dread and determination. His hands trembled, stained with blood from the last ritual, and I could feel the weight of his choices pressing down like a boulder on his chest. They will come for us, he whispered, each word a jagged breath. They will take everything. Not far behind him, Xochitl pulled at her hair, dark locks tumbling like the shadows around us. She was the keeper of dreams, but tonight, her visions were nightmares. What if he doesn't come? She shot back, voice trembling with a blend of fear and defiance as if she could challenge the very cosmos. What if the feathered serpent has turned away? What if we are damned? I wanted to scream, to shake them both into reason, but the air felt heavy, stifling my voice. Quetzalcoatl was not merely a god, he embodied the sun, the wind, the very heartbeat of the earth, a trickster, a savior, a harbinger of fate. What could we offer him to win back his favor? The sacrifices of our people hung like a noose around our necks, and every drop of blood spilled echoed through the ages. The ground trembled beneath us, a low growl that sent shivers skittering down my spine. It was the sound of something awakening, a primal force that dwelled in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient lips, the prayers of those who had come before us, carried by the winds that rustled the trees. I remember the stories, I murmured, recalling the whispers of elders long gone. I remember the warning, never anger the feathered serpent. Quetzalcoatl spun toward me, his frustration crackling in the air like static. Then what are we to do, stand here clinging to fairy tales while our world crumbles? His voice was raw with emotion, a mixture of anger and desperation that resonated through me. I will fight for our people, for our lives, even if it means facing the wrath of the gods. Xochitl flinched at his words, her face a canvas of emotions, fear, love, and something darker lurking beneath. She stepped closer, her trembling hands reaching for Quetzalcoatl, seeking solace and strength in their union. "And what if you fail?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper yet heavy with weight. "What if you're lost in the shadows, like so many before?" I could see it, the glimmer of doubt in Quetzalcoatl's eyes dimming like the last embers of a fire, swallowed by the night. It was a moment suspended in time, a universe of possibilities hanging on the thread of their fates. The world around us felt alive, as if the very fabric of reality were watching, waiting to see who would rise and who would fall. "Then let me go with you," I blurted, surprising myself with the fervor in my voice. My heart raced with the realization that I had a choice too. We face the darkness together. If we are to be consumed, let it be as one, not in isolation. It was a desperate plea, a raw, unfiltered wish to cling to hope in a time when the shadows felt so insurmountable. Quetzalcoatl's gaze softened as if my words were the spark igniting a long-dormant fire within him. "You would risk everything?" he asked, voice hoarse. There was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, but also a flicker of fear, the knowledge that the path ahead was fraught with peril. In that instant, the winds howled, swirling around us like spirits raised from the depths, restless, searching. The cries of the villagers grew louder, a chorus of heartbeats pounding against the void of despair. Their desperation seeped into the ground, reverberating in my bones. We were not just three souls caught in a web of fate, we were a part of something greater, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives lost, forgotten, and yet, still longing for redemption. "I remember the fear," I said, a confession that emerged from the depths of my soul. "I remember the weight of our ancestors' hopes resting upon our shoulders. But we are not alone." The words hung heavily in the air, resonating beyond our circle, through the hearts of the villagers, an unbroken chain of humanity, fragile yet unyielding. Xochitl's eyes glistened, the flickering flames reflecting the turmoil within her. "Then we must summon him," she declared, palms pressed to her chest, as if to cradle the very essence of our plea. "Call out to Quetzalcoatl, not just as a deity, but as a part of us. We are the breath of the earth, the flight of the feathered serpent." The night deepened around us, each shadow closing in like a predator, a reminder of our mortality. The stars had vanished, swallowed by the encroaching darkness, and in that oppressive silence, I felt the stirrings of something ancient, a heartbeat echoing through the cosmos. And then it happened. The ground shook, a tremor that felt like the pulse of the earth responding to our cries. The air crackled with electricity, and I held my breath, feeling the weight of uncertainty and faith collide within me. Had we reached the threshold? Had we awakened the slumbering god, or had we simply summoned our own doom? Quetzalcoatl stepped forward, eyes blazing with newfound resolve. "Quetzalcoatl, hear us!" His voice was a roar that cut through the night, fierce and unyielding. "We are here, trembling but unbroken. We ask for your mercy, your guidance. We are the vessels of your legacy." Xochitl's voice joined his, rising in a powerful crescendo, weaving through the dark like a prayer. "Feathered serpent, Our lives are a tapestry of dreams woven with despair. Come forth, and let us not be shadows in the night. In that moment, I felt it, the surge of something magnificent coursing through me, a pulse beyond the veil of existence. Quetzalcoatl's presence loomed, vibrant yet elusive, as if the universe itself held its breath in anticipation. The darkness thickened, swirling around us, and I could feel it, the irrevocable pull toward a confrontation that promised to shake the very foundations of our beings. And then, amidst the chaos and the trembling earth, the night cracked open, revealing a vast expanse of starlit sky, the breath of the cosmos beckoning us forward. Time seemed to slow, the world narrowing to the three of us, bound by a fragile thread of hope. In the shadows, something stirred, a promise of rebirth mingled with the echoes of the past. Right here, at this precipice, we stood on the brink of something monumental, our hearts racing as one, caught in the eternal dance of light and darkness, love and sacrifice, forever entwined with the feathered serpent's fate and ours. The wind howled through the trees, a chorus of whispers echoing like a warning. I stood there, heart racing, the cold sweat of fear prickling my skin. Dark shadows loomed, stretching their fingers toward me, and somewhere in that suffocating silence, a whistle pierced the air, a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. It was a sound both familiar and foreign, like the echo of a long-forgotten lullaby. Silbón was near. And there he was, or at least I felt him. Isn't that how these things begin? He was a ghost woven into the fabric of our lives, a tale told around flickering fires, a fear nestled in the hearts of children. But tonight, that fear morphed into something tangible, something I could feel with every fiber of my being. What if this was the night he decided to claim me? Javier, my brother, stood beside me, his eyes wide, brimming with a mixture of disbelief and terror. He'd always been the brave one, the one who laughed in the face of danger, yet tonight his bravado had faded, leaving a trembling boy in its wake. "Do you hear it?" he whispered, his voice quaking like a leaf in the storm. Yes, I thought. How could I not? The whistle danced through the air, weaving between the trees, a siren call promising both release and doom. I remembered our mother's stories, how Silbón was the spirit of a young man cursed for killing his father. The price of pride, they said. The mournful tune he played was meant to lure the unwary, to remind the living of their own inevitable demise. And I, standing there, felt the weight of that truth. I remember the stories, I said, though my voice barely broke the silence. I remember how they said he steals the souls of men. How he comes for you when you least expect it. Javier swallowed hard. What if he wants us? There it was, the question that clung like a fog. My heart stumbled. What if he did? I caught a glimpse of my own reflection in Javier's eyes, fear mixed with something darker, something that whispered of our past, of the choices we made that brought us here. Choices that tethered us to this cursed land, to the sins of our ancestors. Silbón's whistle warped, twisted, an echo of despair. It felt personal. I remembered my father, the way he used to hum that same tune while chopping wood, his laughter ringing like a bell. That laughter drowned out the silence. But even then, there was a darkness that clouded our home, an unspoken tension that clung to us like shadows. Can we run? Javier's voice was barely audible, a thread of hope woven through the fabric of fear. But where would we run? I felt the weight of our shared history, the generations of mistakes, the blood on our hands. Running won't help, I whispered back, my voice breaking. He'll find us. A shiver of dread enveloped me, as if Silbón were already pressing against my chest, suffocating me with the knowledge of what I had lost. My mind raced back to that night, the argument that shattered our family, the words I had hurled like stones. I watched as my father's spirit dimmed, flickered out like a dying flame, and I was left to mourn the man I had never truly understood. The whistle grew louder, more insistent, a visceral reminder of my own failures. I could see it now, the shadow lurking within the trees, a ghastly figure twisting and turning. I thought of the tales, how Silbón could be seen only by those who bore the weight of their sins. Was I to be his next victim, a penance for the sins of my past? Stay close, I said, grabbing Javier's arm, feeling the tremor of his fear pulse through him. My heart thundered in my chest, a battle drum echoing through the night. The air felt electric as we stood, frozen, waiting for the next note, the next chilling echo that would confirm our worst fears. And then, it came, a sharp, staccato whistle mingled with the rustle of leaves, a sound that seemed to peel away the layers of night and reveal the truth beneath. It was a warning, a promise, a sigh of inevitability. El Silbón was close. Too close. I searched the shadows, feeling the prickle of dread crawl along my spine. My memories tangled with the present, the past was coming for me in the shape of a spectre, a reminder that grief was a relentless ghost. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape him. Do you think he knows? Javier asked, his voice trembling. What we did. What we did. The words hung heavy in the air. I saw the reflection of my father's disappointment in Javier's eyes, the way we had failed him, failed each other. Ghosts of our past loomed before us, demanding recognition. And then I remembered my mother's voice, the way she would wrap her arms around us, shielding us from the darkness. But now it was just a memory, a figment of what once was, slipping through my fingers like sand. I felt the urge to scream, to lash out against the night, to confront the figure lurking in the shadows. But before I could move, the whistle changed again, morphing into something deeper, more haunting. It became a lament, a cry of anguish that echoed through my soul. El Silbón wasn't just a ghost, he was the embodiment of pain, the spectre of loss that haunted every family, every heart. I turned to Javier, our eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. We can't let him take us, I said, my voice steadying. We face him together. Together. It was a promise, a bond woven tightly through the fabric of our shared fears. I could feel the strength of our connection, the ties that bound us, that whispered of resilience. And maybe, just maybe, in confronting this ghost, we could also confront our past. The whistle grew louder, filling the space between us and the darkness, a melody woven with despair and hope. As I took a step forward, the wind picked up, swirling around us, and for the briefest moment, I felt my father beside me, his strength, his guidance, reminding me that even in the shadow of El Silbón, we could find light. The night stretched endlessly before us, a canvas of uncertainty painted with fear and resolve. I tightened my grip on Javier's hand, ready to face what lay ahead, the haunting tune still echoing in my ears, a reminder that we were not alone. We stood at the edge of a precipice, teetering between the known and the unseen, the past and the present. In the silence that followed, I whispered a prayer, not just for ourselves, but for all the lost souls who had walked this path before us. Together, we took a step into the darkness, and I couldn't help but wonder, was El Silbón waiting for us, or were we finally ready to confront him? The air crackles with a tension so thick, it feels like a storm hovering just above the horizon, waiting to unleash its fury. The sun hangs low in the sky, bruised and swollen, casting shadows that dance like ghosts over the dry earth of Oaxaca. I stand at the edge of the Matlazihua Mountains, a place where the whispers of ancient spirits intertwine with the cries of the living. And there, beneath that trembling sky, I hear her voice, the Matlazihua, the spirit of the earth, her rage palpable, her sorrow echoing through the valleys. Elena clutches her son, Mateo, to her chest, his small body trembling like a leaf caught in a windstorm. Her heart beats loudly, a frantic rhythm that drowns out the world around her. We have to go, she says, her voice a thin thread of desperation. The words hang in the air, heavy and trembling. She feels the weight of her ancestors pressing down upon her, a lineage of warriors and healers, but now she can't even protect her own child from the darkness that looms ever closer. The ground shakes beneath them, a low growl rising like a beast stirring from its slumber. She remembers the stories her grandmother told her, the legends of the Matlazihua, a spirit who nurtured the earth but unleashed fury upon those who dared to forget her. She thought those tales were just that, stories. But now, as the earth quakes and the trees sway violently, she knows the truth lies in every shuddering breath of the land. Mateo clings to her, wide-eyed and innocent, unaware of the ancient pact broken by despair and neglect. "Mama, what's happening?" He looks up at her, his fear mirrored in her own heart, and at that moment, she feels the weight of every decision she has ever made. The broken promises, the moments she prioritized survival over tenderness. "It's nothing, mi amor," she whispers, though her voice trembles, betraying her. "Just a storm coming." But storms never come alone. And her heart is a storm of its own, guilt and fear swirling, a tempest raging within. With every heartbeat, she recalls the land, the vibrant colors of the cornfields, the laughter of her neighbors, the warm embrace of the sun. But now, shadows stretch across that landscape, and the land is restless. It feels as though the earth itself is mourning, as if the Matlazihua is weeping for all that has been lost. And then there's Diego, her brother, standing at the foot of the mountain, fists clenched, face set in a mask of defiance. "We have to confront it, Elena." His voice booms, shattering the silence that envelops them. He has always been the brave one, the fighter, the one who dreams of changing the world with nothing but his bare hands. But this isn't about heroics, it's about survival. "You think we can just run?" The Matlazihua will not rest until she's heard our plea. His conviction ignites a spark of courage within her, but it flickers, tenuous and fragile. And what will we say? What can we offer her that she hasn't already taken? She feels the bitterness of the question on her tongue, a question that echoes the pain of their people, the neglect of the earth, the betrayal of their own hearts. "You've always been afraid of the truth." Diego snaps, eyes blazing with a fire that feels both familiar and foreign. Afraid of what it means to stand against the wrath of the Matlazihua. But we are her children too. She needs to hear us, to know we remember. The tension coiling between them is electric, a fraying wire ready to snap. The earth groans beneath their feet, as if the very land is caught in their conflict. She remembers the stories, the ones that spoke of balance, of harmony with nature. But in the chaos of modern life, those stories have been drowned out, lost to the howling winds of progress. "You think we can fix this with words?" she challenges, despair creeping into her voice. What if the Matlazihua is already gone? The wind howls, carrying with it the scent of wet earth, a promise of rain mingled with the stench of conflict. Diego's face softens for a moment, and she sees the boy he once was, not the man he has become. "I remember," he says softly, "the way the fields blossomed when we honored the land. I remember the songs. I remember," his voice falters, and for a second, the fury fades, replaced by a haunting nostalgia that binds them both. A tremor ripples through the ground, and beneath the surface, the Matlazihua stirs. She is the earth, the mountains, the very pulse of life, and she is listening. The air vibrates with her presence, a sensation both terrifying and exhilarating. I feel her too, the spirit of the land, and it is as if I am standing at the edge of a chasm, peering into the abyss. "We need to make her understand," Diego insists, urgency thrumming in his veins. "If we don't, we'll lose everything." And what is everything? I glance at Mateo, his small hands gripping his mother's shirt, his wide eyes filled with a mixture of fear and trust. "Mama, will we be okay?" The question hangs in the air, a fragile thread tugging at their hearts. Elena closes her eyes, draws in a deep breath, and for a fleeting moment, she feels the weight of their ancestors, the strength of their unity, the power of their beliefs. I think we have to try," she whispers, more to herself than to him. And the decision ignites something deep within her, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. She looks at Diego, and in that shared gaze, they understand the weight of their choice. They will confront the Matlazihua, not as adversaries but as lost children seeking forgiveness. As they begin to ascend the mountain, the shadows grow longer, the air thicker with anticipation. Each step is a prayer, each breath a tribute to the spirits who guide them. I can feel the land thrum beneath me, the ancient pulse of the Matlazihua calling, beckoning them closer to the precipice of truth and reconciliation. And as they climb, the storm brews above, the earth trembling in anticipation of a reckoning, a moment that will echo through time, forever binding their fates to the spirit of the land. The darkness may come, but so too will the light, swirling in a dance as old as the earth itself. The confrontation is inevitable, the truth waiting just beyond the next bend, pulsing like a heartbeat, and with it, the weight of everything they hold dear. The air hangs heavy, a palpable tension that crackles like the brush of fire against skin. I stand at the water's edge, where the river gapes wide, dark and restless, a mirror of night soul. A storm brews in the distance, rumbling with a promise of chaos, swirling clouds pregnant with dread. The wind taunts me, whispers secrets in a language I can barely grasp, each gust a warning that stirs the hair on my arms. I remember the stories, oh, how they cling to my mind, vivid as the flames licking at the horizon. The Boitata, the serpent of fire, an embodiment of primal chaos, a creature woven into the very fabric of our fears and desires. And yet, here I am, caught in a maelstrom of my own making. I can feel the weight of their eyes upon me, Joachim and Anna, two souls tethered to me by fate and folly. Joachim, with a heart like a flame, reckless and wild, driven by a desire to conquer the very force that should terrify him. I remember his laughter, echoing against the darkness like a challenge hurled into the abyss. He stands just a step behind, the fire in his veins igniting a reckless fearlessness. But beneath that bravado, I see it, cracks in his armor, the shadows that stretch across his soul, echoes of guilt that haunt him like the specter of the Boitata itself. Anna's presence is the stillness before a storm, calm yet suffocating. She stands by my side, her gaze lost in the depths of the river, where fire and water collide. The flicker of her lantern fights against the dark, a fragile flame against the encroaching shadows. I can sense her struggle, the way she wrestles with a past woven from loss, her heart a tapestry of scars. She's a warrior wrapped in silk, soft yet unyielding. Her dreams bleed into nightmares, visions of the Boitata that haunt her waking hours. I remember the tears she shed, silent and fierce, as she closed her eyes to the horror of her own memories. "Don't be a fool, Joachim!" I shout, my voice nearly swallowed by the growl of the wind. "You can't control it." But he shakes his head, indignant, and I can see the fire burning behind his eyes, flickers of mad ambition igniting hopes he can never fulfill. He steps closer to the river, as if it's a beloved friend rather than the abyss that threatens to consume him. I feel the tension in my chest, a taut string ready to snap. You don't understand what you're playing with. The Boitata is more than a tale, it's a reckoning. It devours everything. My words hang heavy in the air, a challenge, a plea, but they seem to fade into the rumble of the storm. Then I'll face it, head on. Joachim bellows, defiance in every syllable, his voice a battle cry against the encroaching night. The beast within him roars, a creature of fire that longs to dance with the flames. I remember his stories, how he envisioned himself as the hero, the one who would tame the wild heart of the Boitata. Anna takes a step forward, her voice a whisper that slices through the tension. "You're not invincible. This is a fire that can consume you whole." Her words are heavy with unspoken fears, and I catch the shiver that runs through her body, almost imperceptible yet achingly familiar. I know that she's seen too much, felt too deeply. Each heartbeat echoes the rising storm as Joachim scoffs, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "You're both cowards." The legends are just that, stories to frighten children. I will show them they're wrong. His laughter is bright and sharp, but it does nothing to mask the tremor beneath. I glance at Anna, her eyes glassy yet fierce, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath the surface. "You have to make him see," I implore her, gripping her wrist, desperation clawing at my throat. He doesn't understand the danger. But Anna's gaze is distant, lost somewhere in the depths of the river, entranced by the dark and the unknown. "The Boitata is not just a creature, it's a reflection," she murmurs, her voice trembling with a complexity that makes my heart ache. "It's our darkness, our regrets." Joachim needs to confront that. I want to scream, to shake him until he understands the weight of his choices, but I know that words are futile against the fire that burns within him. The river begins to churn, the surface lapping at the banks like a wild beast eager to escape its confinement. I can feel it, a pulse, a rhythm that dances with the thunder, calling to him, to all of us. "Joachim, stop!" I reach for him, fear clawing at my insides, but he's already stepping into the water, defiance carved into his features. The current pulls at him, luring him closer to the depths, where the Boitata resides. A flash of lightning splits the sky, illuminating his face in stark relief, and I see it, the madness, the allure of the fire and the water, how they entwine into a single entity of temptation. My heart races, pounding like a war drum. "Come back!" I shout, my voice raw, but he simply laughs, a sound that echoes against the crashing thunder. Anna's breath hitches, and I turn to find her pale, the light of her lantern flickering as the storm swells. "We need to go. Now!" But Joachim's laughter rises above the storm, a siren's call that drowns out all reason. The shadows lengthen, curling around us as if they were alive, hungry. I can feel the weight of time ticking, each second a reminder of the inevitable clash between fire and water. The world narrows to this moment, charged with tension, despair, and a flicker of hope that swirls within the chaos. "Joachim, please!" I reach for him, desperate to pull him back from the precipice. But he is lost within his ambition, a moth drawn to the flame, and I stand on the edge, a bystander in this dance with madness. As thunder rumbles overhead, I know this is just the beginning, a prelude to the storm that looms over us all. The river swells, the air thick with electricity, and for a heartbeat, I wonder if anyone will emerge from the shadows of the Boitata, or if we will forever be trapped in this cycle of fire and water, unable to escape the darkness that binds us. The forest held its breath, a silence so profound it echoed in the marrow of my bones. It was the kind of stillness that made your heart pound, the kind that whispered warnings carried on the wind. I could sense it, the uneasy rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird that felt more like a scream. Fear curled like smoke around my throat as I gripped the worn handle of my machete, the blade gleaming under the muted light filtering through tangled branches. I was not alone. Behind me, Clara moved with a grace that belied the tension tightening her shoulders. She was fierce, a firebrand in a world of shadows, but I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt, the gnawing dread of what lay ahead. "This is madness, Lucas," she murmured, her voice a thread of silk in the thick air. "We shouldn't be here." Her words ignited something deep within me, a mix of resentment and longing. She was right, of course, we were stepping into the mouth of a legend, chasing whispers of the Mapinguari. I remembered my father's tales, his voice wrapped around the flickering light of a campfire, painting images of a monstrous creature with a body of a giant sloth and a roar that could shake the heavens. "Those who seek the Mapinguari never return," he would say, his eyes reflecting the flames like tiny, desperate stars. I had laughed then, the sound bursting from me like a shield against the fear lodged in my chest. But now, standing in the heart of the Amazon, surrounded by trees that loomed like ancient sentinels, I felt the weight of history pressing down, suffocating. "Lucas," Clara's voice sliced through my thoughts, urgency dripping from each syllable. "Did you hear that?" A snap of a twig, a low growl reverberating through the foliage. My breath hitched, I could feel the forest vibrating, alive with whispers we could not understand. "Stay close," I whispered, drawing her nearer. Her warmth seeped into me, a tether against the encroaching darkness. But my mind raced with self-loathing. I had dragged her into this, into danger, into the jaws of something unknown. My heart ached with a longing to protect her, to shield her from the horror that had come to life in our pursuit of a legend. As we pressed on, the atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension that clung to our skin. The trees seemed to lean in, watching, waiting. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Shadows flickered in the periphery, darting just out of sight, always evading our gaze. It's just the stories, I told myself, but a part of me trembled, aware that stories often had roots in a terrifying truth. Then, a sound, a guttural growl reverberated through the silence, a primal noise that sent chills racing down my spine. My heart thudded like a war drum, a stark reminder of my fragile mortality. I turned to Clara, her face pale, eyes wide with fear. "We need to go," she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her bravado. But where was the escape? The jungle had become an endless maze, closing in around us, each step dragging us deeper into its throat. I took a step back, my instinct screaming for flight, but something primal deep within me urged me to stand my ground. "No," I said, forcing the word through the fog of panic. "What if it's real? What if we're missing the truth?" I was clutching at straws, a fool chasing shadows, but the thrill of discovery was intoxicating, clouding my sense. Another growl, louder this time, echoed through the trees, and I felt it in my chest, a vibration of terror and wonder all at once. My fingers tightened on the machete, knuckles white against the dark wood, as a shift in the air told me we were being watched. Lucas, Clara's voice broke, wavering like a candle flickering in a tempest. What if we're just bait? Bait. The word struck me like lightning. It unraveled my resolve, leaving behind the raw, festering wound of guilt. I had brought her here, a moth drawn to the flame, and her trust felt like a knife at my throat. I'm sorry, I choked out, the confession hanging heavy between us, a weight that threatened to suffocate. I thought, I know, she cut in, her voice fierce despite the fear. But we can't let it win. We have to keep moving. But where? The moment felt suspended in time, shadows stretching like fingers across the ground. I could feel the pulse of the forest, the heartbeat of something ancient, something that was watching, waiting, hungry. Every instinct screamed for us to flee, yet we pressed on, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity. The growls grew closer, a terrible symphony that resonated within me. I caught glimpses of movement, a hulking shape darting between the trees, leaving only the scent of damp earth and dread in its wake. I stepped forward, compelled by the need to confront the nightmare that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Clara, wait! I hissed, but she was already moving, the fire in her spirit igniting as she darted ahead. My heart lurched, torn between the terror of losing her and the pull of the unknown. And then, silence fell like a shroud, an oppressive weight that made my skin prickle. I turned, eyes scanning the darkness. In that moment, I felt it, a presence, a looming shadow that eclipsed the very light around us. It was then that it emerged, a monstrous silhouette, a creature from the depths of nightmares. The Mapinguari. Its eyes glowed like coals, an abyss of ancient malice staring back at us. The forest held its breath, waiting, as if the very world paused in reverence and horror. I was frozen, paralyzed by the magnitude of the moment, my mind wrestling with the reality of the creature before us, a living legend made flesh. And in that heartbeat of time, everything lost its meaning. The jungle faded into the background, leaving only the raw pulse of fear and exhilaration. It was a confrontation not just with a creature, but with our own humanity, our own frailties laid bare. The Mapinguari let out a roar that shook the earth, the very roots of the jungle trembling in response. I could feel Clara's hand tighten around mine. It was a lifeline in a storm. My breath caught in my throat, a scream lodged somewhere between my heart and my mouth. There was no turning back now. We stood on the precipice of something vast, a legend, a nightmare, a truth we both feared and craved. The moment hung suspended, heavy with the weight of our choices, our fears, our hopes. And as the darkness loomed closer, I realized that the forest had its secrets, and we were only beginning to unravel them. The river churned beneath a bruised sky, a tempest of shadows and whispers. I stood at the water's edge, heart hammering against my ribs, each beat an echo of dread. The air was thick, heavy with an unseen weight, and the sharp scent of wet earth mixed with something sweeter, a sweetness that curdled with fear. I heard them before I saw them, the haunting calls, wails that slithered through the air like tendrils of smoke. Yakiruna, they sang, their voices blending into a chorus that thrummed through my bones. I glanced to my left, where Maria, her eyes wide with terror, gripped the rough bark of a tree, knuckles white and trembling. She was a firecracker, a stubborn spark of life amidst this encroaching darkness. "They're coming," she whispered, voice quaking with the weight of her belief. I wanted to tell her it was just the wind, just the rustle of leaves, but deep down, I felt the tremor of her conviction. And then there was Thomas, always the skeptic, the rational one, his face pale as he scanned the horizon. "It's just legends," he muttered, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. He was the anchor in our trio, but in this moment, the river twisted his certainty like a vine choking a tree. I could see it, a storm brewing inside him, a clash of logic and fear. "Stop!" I yelled, though my voice felt small, swallowed by the murmur of the river. "We need to move." But the words hung heavy, caught in the sticky air. The river was alive, its surface glistening like a million scattered diamonds, yet I knew it concealed horrors beneath, hidden from the light. The night fell like a shroud, and the moon hung low, a ghostly figure peering down at us with pity. I could feel it in my bones, a call, a pull towards the water. I remembered my grandmother's stories, the tales woven through generations, each thread a warning wrapped in enchantment. Yakiruna, they lured, spirits of the deep, alluring as dreams yet deadly as nightmares. Maria's hands were shaking now, and I wanted to reach out, to steady her. Yakiruna will take you, she breathed, the words slipping through her lips like a confession. I caught the tremor in her voice, a raw fear that clawed at me, and I wanted to tell her it was silly, nothing more than fables meant to frighten children. But the water felt hungry, the darkness insatiable, and I, too, was starting to believe. Thomas broke the silence, his voice a low rumble. We can't let fear control us. But I could see him unraveling, the bravado becoming a thin veil over the terror that crept closer. Look, he said, pointing toward the water, where shadows danced at the surface. It's just a trick of the light. But I knew better, those weren't mere shadows, they were the Yakiruna, shifting, swirling, watching. An electric moment split the air, a crack of thunder that shook the trees. The river roared, a beast awakened. I stumbled back, and Maria screamed as the water surged, a terrible swell that rushed toward us like a wall of chaos. It was then that I saw them, the figures rising from the depths, cloaked in shimmering scales, their eyes glowing with the light of 1,000 stars. They were beautiful and horrifying, a paradox that sent shivers down my spine. Run! I shouted, but my legs felt like lead, rooted as the Yakiruna beckoned, their calls weaving into my mind, promising freedom, escape. Their voices wrapped around me, seductive and soothing, drowning out reason. I remembered the stories, the warnings, but here, in the face of such beauty, all caution faded like mist. Thomas grabbed my arm, pulling me back, a lifeline in the storm. They'll take you, he shouted, the urgency in his eyes igniting a fire in my chest. Don't listen. But Maria slipped from his grasp, her feet moving to the rhythm of the water's lullaby. I felt my heart break, she was lost, pulled by an invisible thread, drawn to the depths with a fervor that terrified me. Maria! I screamed, but my voice cracked and faltered as I watched her step toward the edge. The Yakiruna swirled with delight, arms outstretched like dark angels welcoming her home. I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath me shifting like the currents of the river. A rush of desperation surged through me. I lunged forward, reaching for her, but the water surged, a whirlpool of life and death, and I was met with a force that slammed me back. I crashed against the earth, breath knocked from my lungs, and for a moment, everything spun in a chaotic blur. Thomas was shouting, pounding the ground with his fists, trying to reach Maria, but she was gone, enveloped by the embrace of the Yakiruna. I could barely breathe, my chest constricting with every heartbeat that echoed the loss, the hollow ache of watching someone slip away into a dream that turned to nightmare. And then silence. The river calmed, a deceptive stillness settling over the scene, the Yakiruna fading into the depths, leaving only ripples on the surface, like ghosts retreating into shadows. I could feel the weight of that silence, pressing in on me, mingling with the echo of Maria's last words. Help me, she had called, and now, I was left with the bitter taste of regret, the sting of unresolved fear. We were three, now only two, standing in the aftermath of a storm that would haunt us forever. Thomas turned to me, eyes glazed with disbelief and despair. What do we do now? I looked at the river, its surface reflecting the stars above, and the weight of the night settled onto my shoulders. I wanted to scream, to rage against the loss, but all I could do was whisper into the void, we can never go back. The shadows grew long, weaving through the trees, wrapping around us like the very tendrils of the Yakiruna. Time felt suspended, a clock halted, leaving us with only the echoes of a haunting melody amidst the encroaching darkness. Somewhere, deep in the Amazon, the water whispered again, calling for the lost, the forgotten. And as I took a step back, away from the river, I knew this was just the beginning. The Yakiruna were not gone, they were watching, waiting for the next soul to beckon. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a ghostly pallor on the cobblestone streets of Tenochtitlan. Shadows danced with a life of their own, whispering dread and secrets. It was that witching hour when the veil between worlds thinned, and the air pulsed with an uncanny electricity. 8 months since the last sacrifice, the city was restless, the people unaware of the storm brewing beneath their feet, in the depths of Mictlan, the Aztec underworld. I remember how the night stillness wrapped around me like a shroud, suffocating yet familiar. The air was thick, almost tangible, as if it carried the weight of every unshed tear, every prayer left unanswered. I could hear her before I saw her, the haunting lullaby of the Siwa-Titio. Her voice was a siren's call, seductive yet filled with sorrow, echoing from ages long past. Her name was Itzel, and though she was flesh, she was no longer alive in the way we understand life. In the streets, beneath the flickering torchlight, stood Xochitl, her heart a battlefield of fear and defiance. She was a warrior, scarred not just by the battles she fought but by the weight of expectation that bore down upon her like a leaden sky. "They don't understand," she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it crackled with intensity. "They think I can forget her." The memory of her sister, lost to the ritual of sacrifice, clawed at her, a phantom pain that refused to dissipate. Every night, she relived that moment, the agonized screams, the flicker of a dying flame, until the borders of her reality and her nightmares blurred. And then there was Mateo, a priest whose faith was crumbling like the walls of the ancient temples he once revered. He was a man torn between belief and betrayal, haunted by visions of the past that felt more real than the cold stone beneath his feet. "I must pray," he told himself, though each prayer felt like a betrayal. But what if the gods have turned their backs on us? He could see Itzel's spirit flickering in the shadows, her form both beautiful and grotesque, a reminder of the price of devotion, the blood spilled, the cries once silenced. As the hour grew later, the air thickened with tension. "I remember the night she left," Xochitl murmured, a tremor in her voice. "The stars were brighter then. Or maybe they were darker." Her memories washed over her, vivid yet elusive, like smoke slipping through her fingers. She clutched her sister's arm, feeling the warmth fade, the life ebbing away. "I remember," she repeated, each word a dagger to her heart. "I remember the way her eyes mirrored the cosmos, twinkling with dreams now lost." The Siwa-Titio were restless, eternal reminders of sacrifice and sorrow, women who had died in childbirth and returned to haunt the living. Itzel, one of them, danced on the edge of reality, her sorrow woven into her very being. "Free me," her voice wailed, echoing in the corners of Xochitl's mind. "I thirst for the revenge that only you can give." Each syllable was a blade, twisting deeper into Xochitl's resolve, awakening a fire she didn't know she had. "Do you hear her?" Xochitl's voice was a mix of despair and determination. "They say the Siwa-Titio are angry because we have forgotten them." The shadows around them thickened, as if the spirit world itself echoed her words. Mateo watched as Xochitl transformed, the weight of grief transforming into something more primal, a raw, visceral urge to confront the past. The night thickened, and the whispers became a cacophony, an unholy chorus that filled his mind with doubt and fear. "What if she is right?" he thought, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. "What if the price of forgetting is far higher than we can imagine?" The weight of tradition pressed upon him, and in that moment, he felt as though the very stones of Tenochtitlan were bearing witness to his faltering faith. "I remember the night of her death," he declared, voice trembling yet strong. "We danced beneath the stars, and when the dawn broke, she was taken from us." Each word dripped with sorrow, resonating with the unyielding pulse of loss that threaded through their lives like a dark river. "We must remember. We cannot forget." And then, in the flickering torchlight, Itzel emerged, her form both terrifying and majestic. Her eyes glowed with an ethereal light, a mixture of longing and rage. "You summoned me," she whispered, her voice a chilling breeze that swept through their souls. "You must choose. Will you honor the past, or will you allow it to consume you?" Xochitl stepped forward, trembling but resolute. "I will honor you, sister," she vowed. "I will not forget." In that instant, the air crackled, the very fabric of reality trembling with her declaration. Mateo felt it, a surge of raw energy, a connection to the spirits that lingered just beyond the veil. As Itzel's gaze locked onto Xochitl, the air thickened with expectation. "Your pain gives me strength," she said, her voice carrying the weight of the cosmos. "But your sorrow cannot be your only ally." Around them, the shadows shifted, darkened, and twisted like the tendrils of smoke from an extinguished flame. The moment stretched, taut and electric, a tapestry of grief, love, and defiance woven together in a haunting dance. Xochitl felt the pulse of her sister's spirit merge with her own, a shared heartbeat echoing through the ancient stones of their city. Together, she breathed, we can conjure a reckoning. But reckoning came with a price, and as the spirits encroached upon them, they could feel the weight of their decisions looming like a storm on the horizon. The air shimmered with expectation, each heartbeat a countdown to a confrontation that would shatter all they knew. Remember, Mateo whispered, as shadows closed in, the past is not simply a memory, it is a living thing, hungry for acknowledgement. The night pressed on, relentless and unforgiving, as they stood on the brink of the abyss, a precipice where fear and courage entwined like lovers in a forbidden embrace. What would happen next? The world was full of spirits, both dark and light, and they were about to dance with the fiercest of them all. And through it all, the haunting lullaby of the Siwa-Titio echoed in the distance, a reminder that the price of forgetting was far too steep. The tension hung heavy, leaving no room for doubt, no space for hesitation. The moon watched, a silent witness to the reckoning that was about to unleash its fury upon Tenochtitlan, the city that held its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The moon hung low, a ghostly visage spilling silver over the jagged hills and whispering secrets only the wind understood. Anna stood in the clearing, heart pounding, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something ancient. Shadows danced like phantoms around her, the kind that made her skin prickle, each flicker a reminder of the magic and madness swirling beneath her skin. She wasn't alone, she could feel his presence, the weight of it hanging heavily in the air, like an impending storm. Lewis emerged from the darkness, his eyes reflecting the moonlight, a wild intensity that pulled her in. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one laced with urgency. "They're coming," he said, voice low, a thread of panic weaving through his words. "We have to go. Now." But the night called to her in a way she could not resist. The Nahul, the shapeshifter, the spirit that lived in her bones, was stirring, a raw, electric tingling setting her nerves alight. She remembered the stories, she remembered her grandmother's voice woven with fear and reverence. The Nahul is a curse and a blessing. The magic drummed in her veins, beckoning her to transform, to become something more, something powerful. She could be an eagle, sweeping through the night sky, or a jaguar, silent and lethal among the shadows. But what would that mean? "Please, Anna. We don't have time for this." Lewis's voice cracked, and the desperation in his eyes made her heart ache. He was her anchor, the only one who truly understood her struggle with the weight of an identity that felt both a gift and a burden. "Lewis, if I go, I don't know if I can return. You know what the Nahul does to us, to our kind." Her voice trembled, fear slicing through her resolve. He stepped closer, his warmth enveloping her, grounding her amidst the chaos. "I'm not losing you to this." His hands gripped her shoulders, fierce, frantic. "You're human. Remember that. We can face this together." But she felt the pull of the night, seductive and dark, swirling around her like a long-lost lover. Each heartbeat echoed ancient chants, each breath carried the weight of ancestral spirits whispering of transformations, of shedding skins and embracing the primal. It was intoxicating. "I remember," she faltered, lost in the depths of her mind where memories tangled like vines. "I remember the first time I felt it. The way the world shifted, colors brightened, and I was no longer just Anna. I was something celestial." Her voice trailed off, longing lacing her words. But with every thrill came the terror of losing control. Lewis shook his head, trying to pull her back from the precipice. "That power is a double-edged sword. What if you can't come back? What if you become something else, something you can't control?" She swallowed hard, the fear gripping her throat. A vision twisted in her mind, her grandmother, eyes wide with sorrow, recounting the tale of a Nahul who had lost themselves to the night, consumed by their own magic, forever trapped in a dark, twisted form, a ghost of their former self. She could feel the weight of that story wrapping around her heart, squeezing tight. "Lewis, the ground trembled beneath them, a rumble that sent shivers down her spine. The hunters were coming, their footsteps heavy with intent, shadows of men armed with ancient weapons, the kind that glinted with malice in the moonlight. They thrived on fear, on the power of the Nahul, desperate to control what they did not understand. Lewis pulled her closer, the warmth of his body a comforting shield against the encroaching dread. If you go, they'll hunt you. They won't stop until they have your power. He paused, breathless. And I can't lose you. But her heart raced for another reason, an exhilarating, terrifying inevitability. The Nahul was rising within her, clawing to break free, to be unleashed. We can't run from who we are, she whispered, the words tasting bitter and sweet on her tongue. What if I embraced it? What if I became everything I've always feared and desired? His eyes darkened, the fear in them a tangible thing, and not in the air. You're not a monster, Anna. You're human. You can't let them define you. But what was humanity when starlight coursed through her veins? What was ordinary when the night sang to her? She was a child of the cosmos, a being woven from dreams, and for once, she wanted to revel in it, to taste the forbidden nectar of transformation. I remember, she murmured again, almost to herself, the memories flooding back with a vengeance. Her grandmother's voice, soft and warm, spoke of freedom, of the wildness that lay dormant in every heart. I remember the stories of my ancestors, their laughter echoing through the ages, their spirits dancing in the moonlight. And then the shadows loomed ever closer, the hunters' cries piercing the air, a chilling promise of violence and desperation. She felt the Nahul surge, an overwhelming force driving her toward the brink. Lewis's grip tightened, desperation etched across his face. You don't have to do this. But the decision was no longer hers alone. The transformation was imminent, that electric thrill crackling through her, igniting every fiber of her being. A part of her longed to run, to surrender, to become the myth she was born to be. And in that moment, as the hunters closed in, the world narrowed to a single heartbeat, theirs intertwined, pulsing with fear, love, and the intoxicating pull of the unknown. The night swirled around them, a tempest of shadows and light, and Anna felt her body shifting, felt the magic rise like a tidal wave, a tempest crashing against their fragile reality. Lewis stepped back, eyes wide, a mixture of awe and terror reflecting in his gaze. Anna, he breathed, voice barely a whisper, as the air crackled with tension. The boundaries of who she was began to blur, and in that moment, she realized, there are no endings, only transformations. As the moon bore witness, she surrendered to the night, ready to step into the unknown, ready to become both predator and prey, lost and found, a living testament to the magic that coursed through her veins. And with a final glance at the man who had grounded her, she leaped into the dark, into the stories that awaited her, into the echoes of her ancestors, and the night embraced her, cradling her in its wild, unyielding arms. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing in the distance. Lightning flickers, illuminating their faces for a split second, fear and determination etched into their features. Anna stands knee-deep in the sodden earth, the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. She can feel the pulse of the land beneath her feet, a rhythm that syncs with her heartbeat, each thud a reminder of the curse that looms large over her family's farm. The crops have withered, twisted by the grip of Kurasi, the god of agriculture and monsters, whose wrath is as fierce as the storms that now rage across the sky. She remembers the laughter of her father, the warmth of the sun on her skin, all of it swallowed by the darkness that has crept over their lives. Run, she shouts, her voice raw, a desperate plea that cuts through the howling wind. Lucas hesitates, caught in the suffocating grip of his own guilt. He remembers the night he laughed off the warnings, the stories of Kuras's hunger for sacrifice for the sake of the harvest. It's just a myth, he had said, dismissing the warnings as mere folklore. But now, as shadows creep along the edges of the field, he feels the weight of the truth pressing against his chest. I should have listened, he whispers, hands trembling as he watches the dark cloud swirl above them, a monstrous entity waiting to consume everything in its path. Anna's eyes burn with unshed tears, a tempest of anger and despair waging war inside her. You think this is a joke, she screams, her voice piercing through the storm. We're losing everything. We can't afford to be scared. The ground trembles as if it acknowledges her words, an ominous rumble that reverberates through the air. The shadows twitch, elongating, merging into grotesque shapes as Kuras's power surges. I remember the stories, Lucas murmurs, his voice shaking. They said he takes what he wants. That is not just a god, but a monster. He recalls the tales spun by firelight, the cautionary whispers of his grandmother. How they had made him laugh, how he had thought them silly, nothing but fables woven from fear and superstition. But now, in the face of their reality, those fables coil around him like chains, binding him in regret. The wind howls, a haunting song that echoes the cries of those who have sacrificed before them, children, parents, lost souls begging for mercy. Anna feels their presence, the weight of their despair like a cold hand gripping her heart. "We have to fight," she shouts, but even her own voice wavers. Fear gnaws at her resolve, a relentless predator lurking in the corners of her mind. And then, a movement, a shadow flits between the trees, a flash of something monstrous lurking just beyond their vision. Lucas's breath catches, memories of his childhood washing over him like icy water. "Anna, we need to go," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. "We can't face him. Not like this." But Anna shakes her head vehemently, fury igniting her spirit. "No. I won't run. Not while he takes everything from us." She clutches the soil, fingers digging into the earth, and feels its heartbeat, its pain. "This is my home. I won't let him win." "Your home," Lucas repeats, bitterness lacing his tongue. What good is a home if it's turned to ash? He can't shake the feeling of guilt coiling tighter around him, squeezing the breath from his lungs. "I should have fought harder, told you to leave when I had the chance." The storm rages on, each crack of thunder echoing chorus's laughter in the depths of their minds, an unsettling sound that wraps around them like a noose. The earth trembles again, and this time, it's not just the storm. The ground splits open, a gaping maw that threatens to swallow them whole, and Anna's heartbeat quickens, each pulse a frantic countdown to disaster. "I remember the nights by the fire," she whispers, her voice softening as memories flood her mind. "When we'd dream of what would come next. When we thought we could change the world." But the dream feels far away now, slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The darkness is almost tangible, creeping closer, igniting the fear that has taken root in her chest. Lucas's eyes widen as he surveys the chaos around them. "But we're just kids," he chokes out, the weight of the world crumbling beneath his feet. "What can we possibly do against a god? You don't understand." Anna's voice rises, fierce and unwavering. "We are more than just kids. We are the ones who dare to fight. We are the ones who will not bow to him." Each word crescendos with the storm, a rallying cry against the darkness. The shadows swirl, and with them, the memories. A ghostly chorus of laughter and hope, of dreams and promises long forgotten. The ground shifts, and an anguished howl pierces the air. Kurasi is near. He demands more than mere offerings, he demands the essence of their very souls. And yet, amidst the chaos, the fire within Anna blazes brighter. "We will not submit," she says, voice trembling but resolute, defiance thrumming within her. "I will stand, even if it costs me everything." Lucas's heart races, fear and admiration battling for dominance. In this moment, Anna is no longer just a friend, she's a warrior, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. "I'll stand with you," he vows, feeling the weight of his own failure dissolve, even if just for a moment. Together. But the storm rages, and Kurasi watches, a monstrous silhouette in the distance, the hunger in his eyes is insatiable. They might be willing to fight, but the question beats in their hearts like a war drum: will courage be enough against the fury of the god of agriculture and monsters? And in that fleeting moment of unity, when breath mingles with courage and fear, they realize the truth: the battle isn't just for their home, it is for the very essence of who they are, entwined with the land, the crops, and the haunting shadows that dance between them. The clock ticks, each second a heartbeat in the endless night, and they stand on the precipice of despair, ready to confront the monster that seeks to devour their very souls. The moon hung low, a silver eye watching over the world, pale and full of secrets. It trembled slightly, as if aware of the shadows creeping from the corners of the night. I could feel the chill in the air, the heartbeat of something ancient stirring. An echo of laughter bounced off the stone walls, but it was no joyous sound, it was a warning. I stood among them, 3 hearts caught in a web of fear and desperation, each breath heavier than the last. Luz held the dagger tightly, knuckles white. "It's just a tale," she said, but her voice shook, betraying the storm within. I remembered her laughter, how it used to fill the air like sunlight, warming the very stones we stood on. Now, it was a brittle shell, echoing with doubt. The Tzitzimitl, the star deities, our nightmares had been painted across the sky, and the very stars seemed like eyes watching, judging us, waiting for us to falter. "Not a tale," Miguel whispered, his eyes darting toward the horizon where darkness pooled. He had always been the brave one, but tonight he looked like a child, lost in a forest of shadows. "They want to escape the cosmic night, Luz. They hunger." I could see his chest heaving, the raw emotion spilling like blood, pooling at our feet. "And we've fed them long enough." I remembered the stories, how the Tzitzimitl descended from the heavens during eclipses, clawing at the fabric of our world. I remember the elders, their voices hushed, warning us with every line etched in their weathered skin. "They are monsters," they said. "Ancient, relentless." And yet, here we stood, 3 souls caught in the gravity of their curse, as if the stars themselves had conspired to bind us together. "Do you see them?" Luz pointed toward the sky, her breath hitching. "Look," her finger trembled, tracing the outline of a constellation, its delicate points flickering like the pulse of dying embers. But those lights were a facade, a mask for the terror that lurked behind. The Tzitzimitl were more than mere deities, they were the shadows we feared to confront, the monsters that dwelled in the crevices of our hearts. "I see nothing," Miguel said, voice strained. And yet, he paused, as if the very air thickened with dread. "Yet I feel them." The silence that followed was deafening, a heavy shroud that wrapped around us, stifling the flickers of hope. Time seemed to stretch, each second a lifetime, every heartbeat a reminder of our fragile existence. Then, from the depths of the void, a low rumble echoed, reverberating through the ground beneath us. I felt it in my bones, a primal instinct clawing at the edges of my mind. The stars above flickered, a cosmic heartbeat quickening, filled with a malevolent pulse. Luz's grip on the dagger loosened, the metal glinting dully under the moonlight. "They're coming," I breathed, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The Tzitzimitl, fiends of darkness and despair, were no longer distant legends. They were here, and we were marionettes in their cruel play, bound by fear and despair. Luz's eyes filled with tears, brimming with memories she couldn't let go. That night by the river," she stammered. "When we were free, laughing under the stars, how could it end like this?" Her voice cracked, and in that moment, I wished I could reach into the depths of her sorrow and pull her back to those sunlit days. The universe seemed cruel, laughing at our insignificance, and I felt my heart ache for what was lost, for the innocent stolen by the weight of our choices. Miguel stepped forward, voice low and fierce. "We can fight." "We can," but his words faltered, drowning in the wave of despair that surrounded us. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to grasp onto hope like a lifeline, but the shadows crept closer, their icy fingers curling around my throat, squeezing, suffocating. I remember how it felt to be unafraid," I murmured, a whisper that hung heavy in the air. I remembered the laughter, the bliss of youth unmarred by darkness. We were warriors then, carving our destinies with reckless abandon, but now we were lost, entangled in the grip of the cosmos, our fates entwined with the unforgiving stars. The ground shuddered again, the air thickening with the scent of impending doom. And there it was, a figure emerging from the shadows, a silhouette against the pale moon. Ethereal and monstrous, a Tzitzimitl manifested, stretching its limbs like the branches of a twisted tree, each joint cracking under the weight of 1,000 stars. Its eyes, glowing orbs of malevolent light, locked onto ours, and in that moment, I felt the pull of the abyss clawing at my sanity. "Close your eyes!" Miguel shouted, but it was too late. The light engulfed us, a blinding flash that eclipsed thought and reason. I was thrown backward, tumbling through the fabric of reality. Time warped, shattering into fragments like glass, each shard reflecting memories, fears, hopes, everything we had ever been. Luz screamed, a sound that pierced through the chaos, anchoring me to the moment, reminding me of our shared burdens. "Don't leave me," she wailed, and in that instant, I understood the true nature of our battle. It was not just against monsters born of the stars, but against the darkness within ourselves, the fears that threatened to consume us whole. As the light faded, I found myself standing in the ruins of a forgotten temple, the walls whispering of ancient truths. The echo of Luz's voice lingered, resonating deep within my soul. I could feel the warmth of Miguel's courage beside me, a flicker of defiance against the overwhelming darkness. Together, we would confront the Quetzalcoatl, but we had to face the monsters within first. The heartbeat of the cosmos pulsed around us, and the stars above pulsed with a dark promise. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for redemption, for the chance to reclaim our laughter beneath the moonlit sky. As we stood at the edge of oblivion, we knew this was only the beginning. And the Quetzalcoatl were waiting. The air hung thick with despair, heavy enough to choke, as the mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, their jagged peaks slicing through the inky black night. In the distance, a tremble echoed, an unsettling sound that crawled under the skin, igniting the primal instinct to run. I could almost taste it, the fear clawing in the back of my throat, bitter and metallic, mingling with the cold sweat that soaked through my shirt. I was not alone. No, not in this moment of terror. "Luca," Sophia whispered, her breath hitching as she clutched my arm, nails digging into my skin like a vice. "What if it finds us?" Her wide eyes glimmered with a fear so palpable it felt like a living thing. I wanted to promise her safety, to tell her that the night was just a canvas for shadows and stories, but words failed me. They echoed in my mind, trapped in a cage of uncertainty. The Elmo. The name hung between us, a spectre more haunting than the darkness itself. Tales spun from the mouths of the elders, stories that curled around our heads and settled deep in our hearts like a thorn. A creature of the night, they said. It preys on fear, thrives on despair. I could hear the echoes of their warnings, the tremor in their voices as they recounted disappearances and madness. My fingers trembled, not just from the cold, but from the weight of knowing what lurked just beyond the thin veil of light cast by our flickering lantern. Just breathe, I said, though my own breath came in ragged gasps. I was not brave, I was only desperate. Desperate to protect Sophia, who had come to mean everything in a world that felt relentless and cruel. Her spirit was vibrant, an ember in the suffocating darkness, but even the brightest flame could be snuffed out. I could feel the pulsing dread lacing through us like a noose tightening, pulling us toward an inevitable confrontation. In the craggy hills, the wind howled, a lamenting song that sent shivers down my spine. I could see shadows dancing, flitting between the trees, flickers of movement that made my heart race. They whispered promises of doom, of being swallowed whole by the belly of the mountains. I wanted to scream, to shout at the world for putting us in this horror, but fear draped over me, rendering me mute. "Do you remember when we were kids?" she asked suddenly, her tone shifting as if we had retreated into the safety of memory for just a moment. "We used to dare each other to run into the forest at night." Her laugh was hollow, a fragile thing that shattered against the stark reality of where we stood. I thought we were invincible. How naive we had been. Youth had a way of cloaking us in bravery, but the weight of adulthood bore down heavily now, a reminder of all we had to lose. I thought of the laughter we shared, the dreams we painted on the canvas of our lives, bold strokes of color against the drab monotony of our small town. But the Elmo was real, and it was hungry. A sudden rustling nearby yanked me from my reverie. My heart lurched violently, pounding against my ribs like a wild beast desperate to escape. I turned, gripping Sophia's hand tighter, her warmth anchoring me to this moment even as the chill crept into my bones. Shadows elongated, twisting toward us, and then silence. A suffocating, oppressive silence that swallowed the world whole. "Luca?" Sophia's voice trembled, and I could see the pulse in her throat racing. I wanted to reassure her, but I was frozen, my body locked in a primal fight-or-flight response. I could hear it now, a soft growling that rolled over the hills like a distant thunderstorm, low and menacing. The Elmo, lurking, waiting, watching. In that moment, I remembered. I remembered the old woman in the market, her gnarled hands weaving stories of the creature's wrath. "It wears your fears like a cloak," she had said, her eyes glinting with a wisdom that felt more like a curse. face it, and it loses its power. But how could we face something so rooted in the dark corners of our minds? The shadows shifted closer, and I felt the icy grip of despair clutching at my heart. "We have to move," I said, the words escaping me in a fierce whisper. It was a plea to the universe, to the night itself. To force our feet into motion, to escape the tightening noose of darkness that threatened to drag us down. As we stumbled through the underbrush, the ground uneven beneath our feet, the growl grew louder, more insistent, a primal song that resonated deep within our bones. Each step echoed with the memories of our laughter, the echo of the lives we built before this chilling moment. I could feel the weight of it all, the fear, the love, the regret, all colliding in a cacophony of raw emotion. "Luca!" Her voice cut through the thick fog in my mind. "What if we don't make it?" I turned to her, eyes locked, as if the world around us faded into a soft blur. "We have to believe we will." But belief felt like a fragile thread, one that could snap at any moment. We pressed on, heartbeats drumming a frantic rhythm, the growl morphing into a roar that echoed through the mountains. The Elmo stalked us, a predator in the night, and I could feel its presence like a ghost, haunting, taunting. It was not just a creature, it was a manifestation of our deepest fears, our hidden sorrows. As I looked into Sophia's eyes, all I could see was a reflection of my own terror, a mirror that held nothing but the vast, ungraspable darkness. And then it happened. A sudden rush of shadows erupted into the clearing, a whirlwind of fur and teeth, eyes glowing like dying stars. Time froze. In that heartbeat, we were suspended in a moment that stretched infinitely. I felt Sophia's grip tighten, her breath a soft gasp that seemed to shatter the very air around us. And then, nothingness. Just the roar of the wind, a vacuum that swallowed our screams, our pleas for mercy. The Elmo had come. The terrifying truth of our worst nightmare had slipped through the cracks, and in that moment, we stood, two souls entwined in the clutches of the cosmos, drifting into the abyss. Darkness enveloped the small village as the last remnants of the sun bled into the horizon, leaving behind a tapestry of shadows. The air was thick with an unsettling silence, punctuated only by the distant howl of a lone wolf, a reminder that something, or someone, lurked just beyond the grasp of the ordinary. A flickering candle illuminated a crumbling wall, casting dancing silhouettes that whispered tales of desperation and cunning, tales of a trickster who had become a legend, the Zorro, the fox. I could almost taste the fear in the atmosphere, thick and metallic like blood. My heart raced as I crouched in the alley, heart thundering, every nerve alive with a terrifying excitement. I was not just an observer, I had made my choice to witness the unpredictable ballet of chaos and wit that was about to unfold. The villagers had grown weary of their plight, and in their bones, they sensed that something had to break. Tonight, perhaps, they would find freedom or face despair anew. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, moving with an elegance that defied reason. His name was Matteo, a man with a heart burdened by the weight of his own choices. Once a nobleman, he had sacrificed everything for the thrill of the chase, the dance of deception. He was Zorro, the fox, a trickster who played with the very fabric of justice and law. But the thrill had faded, replaced by the hollow echoes of betrayal. He'd become a ghost, haunting the streets under the moonlight, wearing his mask like a shroud. I watched him as he approached the town square, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The blade gleamed ominously, a promise and a threat all at once. In that moment, I saw two sides of a coin, a savior and a villain, and I couldn't tell which was which. He was the embodiment of chaos, but chaos was a language I understood. Then there was Isabella, her spirit as fierce as the fire that once danced in her heart. Caught between love and duty, she felt the weight of her choices pressing against her chest like iron shackles. The girl had once stood beside Matteo, a fierce ally, but now her loyalty was split. In the dark, she was a flickering candle, wavering between the shadows of her love for the trickster and her fear of the imminent danger he brought. The village loomed behind her, a specter of judgment, demanding loyalty, while her heart cried out for the freedom Matteo promised. I remember the first time I saw him, she whispered to herself, voice trembling with the memory. He was a shadow, but he danced like a flame. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she remembered the laughter that had once filled her life, now overshadowed by the dread of what was to come. Mateo, unaware of her turmoil, moved with the grace of a predator, watchful, alert. He could sense the tension in the air like a hunter senses the wind before the storm. He was a man who had gambled with fate, and tonight, the stakes were higher than ever. The villagers had begun to murmur, voices rising like a tide, an undercurrent of rebellion bubbling beneath the surface. They wanted salvation, but salvation demanded a price. Zorro! The cry erupted from a figure in the crowd, a voice tinged with both hope and anger. You promised us justice! It was Diego, a man worn thin by despair, his eyes reflecting the flicker of rebellion. But hope is a double-edged sword, and as Mateo turned to face him, I felt the air crackle with anticipation. Would the trickster rise to the occasion or let the darkness swallow him whole? I remember, Mateo said, voice steady, though weariness clung to him like a shadow. I promised justice, but justice is a fickle mistress. She plays her games, and I am but a puppet in her theater. In his eyes, I saw the ghosts of those he had wronged, the lives caught in his web of deceit. Each face pressed against his soul, begging for redemption, while the villagers were caught in the crossfire, desperate for a hero, yet terrified of the man who claimed to be one. Isabella stepped forward, her heart pounding like war drums. Don't you see, Mateo? They need you. I need you. But you can't keep playing with lives as if they're mere pawns in your games. Her voice cracked, the emotion spilling over as she reached for him, fingers brushing against the fabric of his cloak, yearning for the connection they once shared. In that moment, time felt suspended, caught between the past and an uncertain future. The clock tower's bell tolled, a mournful sound echoing through the square, heralding the weight of decisions yet to be made. Every tick resonated with the pulse of the crowd, a heartbeat in synchrony with the fear that gripped them. Mateo met her gaze, a storm of conflicting emotion swirling within him. I am both the fox and the hunted, Isabella. Will you choose to stand with the trickster or the man I used to be? The words hung in the air like an unbroken spell. Suddenly, chaos erupted, a flash of steel against the night, the clash of swords echoing like thunder. The villagers surged forward, driven by desperation and rage, their voices a cacophony of cries for justice. Isabella felt her heart twist in her chest, torn between the man she loved and the cries of her people. Could she stand by, watching the man she adored dance with danger while innocence hung in the balance? The confrontation was inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon of their lives. Mateo stood at the precipice, a trickster on the edge of oblivion, while Isabella grappled with a decision that could shatter them both. They were caught in a web of dreams and nightmares, love and betrayal, hope and despair. As the night deepened, shadows danced and whispered secrets. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the weight of their choices pressing against me, wrapping around my throat like a noose. Time seemed to elongate, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence, and I, a mere spectator, felt the emotional weight of every decision, every unspoken word. And in that heart-stopping moment, with the moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon the chaos, I realized the truth. Zorro was not just a man, he was a reflection of our deepest fears and desires, a trickster who reminded us that life itself is a dance on the edge of chaos, a game we all play, whether we wish to or not. The moon hung low, a gaping wound in the night sky, spilling silver over the jagged edges of the barren hills. Miguel stood frozen, heart thundering in his chest, the air thick with the scent of earth and dread. He could hear it, the howl, a primal scream that split the silence like shattered glass. Something ancient stirred in the shadows, clawing at the edges of his sanity. Not again, he whispered, voice trembling, as if betraying the fear lodged deep within. He remembered the stories, the whispers exchanged in the dusty corners of the village, tales of the lobizon, a creature born of darkness and despair. His brother, Alejandro, had laughed them off, brushing aside the warnings with a wave of his hand. Myths, Miguel. Just old tales to scare children, he had said, but now, with a chill gnawing at his bones, Miguel felt the weight of those words, a promise broken, a bond severed. And then he saw it, a flicker in the distance, shadows twisting into something monstrous, a silhouette that seemed to breathe the night. Alejandro! Miguel screamed, panic clawing at his throat as he turned. But where was his brother? The forest loomed around him, gnarled trees stretching upward like skeletal fingers, grasping at the stars. It was always in the woods that the stories thrived, where the shadows whispered secrets only the brave, or the foolish, would dare to listen to. The air crackled with tension, thick like the fog that rolled in from the sea. Every heartbeat echoed in his ears like the tolling of a distant bell, each thud a reminder of the fleeting moments left until darkness consumed them. "Where are you?" His voice cracked, a plea wrapped in desperation. Alejandro had been his anchor, his laughter a balm against the world's cruelty. "Remember when we used to play in the fields?" Miguel recalled the warmth of those memories, sun-drenched afternoons where laughter was their only currency. But that was before the stories became real, before the shadows morphed into something monstrous, before the blood moon rose to claim its due. The howl pierced the night again, a sound that seemed to drag the very essence of fear from the depths of their childhood nightmares. It was closer now, and with it, the anguished memory of their mother's voice, soft yet haunting. "Stay close, my boys. The night holds its secrets, secrets. Secrets that crawled under the skin, that whispered of a curse binding their bloodline." Miguel could feel it, the weight of ancestral fears pressing down, wrapping around him like a shroud. He had always known there was something lurking in his family's past, something dark and primal. He had brushed it aside, convinced it was just another ghost story, but now, reality and myth entwined, forcing him to confront the horror head-on. And then, a rustle. A shadow darted between the trees, a heartbeat away. Miguel's chest tightened. He lunged forward, driven by instinct, by the frayed threads of hope that Alejandro was still alive. "Brother!" His voice was raw, desperation spilling over into the night, an echo swallowed by the abyss. What if Alejandro was already lost, claimed by the very tales they had laughed at? The ground beneath him shifted, a sudden crack of dry twigs breaking the eerie stillness. He froze, heart racing, every instinct screaming for him to run. But where would he go? The village? It lay far beyond the reach of the howling winds and lurking shadows, its safety now an illusion that faded with each step away from home. He could feel it, the presence watching, waiting, calculating its move. He was not alone. The air thickened, charged with an energy that seemed to whisper his name. "Miguel!" Miguel, a voice, low and gravelly, danced through the trees. It curled around him, a seductive promise laced with venom. "Join us, Miguel. Embrace the shadow. You belong to the night." He stumbled back, repulsed, yet drawn to the darkness like a moth to flame. The tales were real, the lobizon fed on fear, on the very essence of humanity. It preyed on the lost, the broken. It knew his name. No. The word tore from him, raw and powerful, ripping through the night. "I won't become like you." But even as he shouted, he felt the truth gnawing at him, relentless. The shadows danced, taunting him, a grotesque ballet of lost souls and broken dreams. He dashed forward, every step echoing with the weight of his resolve. He needed to find Alejandro, to save him from whatever fate awaited them. But as he pushed deeper into the shadows, he could feel the air shift, the darkness closing in like a predator stalking its prey. The forest became a labyrinth, twisting and turning, each path leading him further into despair. And then he saw it, Alejandro, pale and trembling, eyes wide with terror, standing frozen before the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree. "Miguel," he cried, voice trembling. "It's here!" The darkness coiled around them, thick and suffocating, as the howling grew louder, more insistent, a cacophony of despair that clawed at their very souls. Miguel reached out, grasping Alejandro's arm, trying to anchor them both amidst the chaos tearing at the fabric of their lives. In that moment, time collapsed, memories swirling like autumn leaves caught in a storm, laughter, warmth, fears whispered under the moonlight. And then, the howl erupted again, a sound that resonated within them, shaking the very core of their existence. It was a call to surrender, to become something they had feared, something beyond humanity. But they were brothers. They were bound by blood and shared memories. As the shadows danced closer, they stood together, two hearts beating as one against the encroaching darkness, refusing to be swallowed whole. Together, Miguel breathed, a vow wrapped in defiance against the abyss. And for a moment, amidst the terror, amidst the howls and shadows, hope flickered, a fragile light against the void, daring to push back against the consuming night. But as the creature lurked just beyond their sight, a haunting silence fell, and the true battle had only just begun. The room pulsed with the weight of silence, broken only by the distant sound of a clock ticking, each tick a heartbeat, echoing through the oppressive darkness. I felt it crawl under my skin, a tension that choked the air, a warning whisper that something wicked was about to unfurl. There, in the shadows, the scent of jasmine intertwined with something far more sinister, the perfume of the succubo, a seductive demon of nightmares, known to wrap her twisted fingers around the throats of the unsuspecting, squeezing until breath became a prayer. I stood frozen, eyes scanning the dim corners where shadows bent like broken promises. My heart raced not only from fear but from an insatiable desire, the very essence of what she embodied. I remembered Fernando, my best friend, his laughter echoing in my mind. I remembered how he dared me to confront the myth, to flirt with the darkness, to see if the stories of the succubo were more than just drunken tales shared in hushed tones. "She'll take you, you know," he said with a half smirk, or worse, "she'll leave you wanting." Wanting, such a dangerous word. It hung in the air like smoke, curling into my lungs. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his fears, but deep down, I recognized the truth buried in his jest. Fernando was not just teasing, he was warning me. The succubo thrived on desire, feeding off the heartbeats of those foolish enough to give in. Suddenly, there she was, a figure emerging from the shadows, cloaked in gauzy fabric that shimmered like moonlight on a dark lake. Her eyes, a deep abyss, pulled me closer, deeper into a spiral of whispered promises that fluttered around me like moths to a flame. My breath hitched in my throat, I felt both enthralled and terrified, as if standing at the edge of an infinite chasm. I could hear Fernando's voice in my mind, a fractured echo, urging me to resist, to flee. But I couldn't move. I was trapped in her gaze, bound by an unspoken spell. "You've come to find me," she said, her voice a melody woven with seduction and dread. "You've wanted this." Each word dripped with honey but bore the weight of 1,000 nightmares. She stepped closer, and I felt the air grow thick, suffocating with desire and dread, the very fabric of reality fraying around us. "Fernando!" I screamed, heart racing like a wild stallion, but the only response was the chilling silence of the empty room. Panic clawed at my insides. I remembered his warnings, the tales of men who fell prey to her charms, their souls a tapestry of regret woven into the night. I felt his absence like a ghost haunting the edges of my consciousness. He had always been my anchor, the one who brought laughter and light, a beacon against the shadows. And now, I was lost. The succubo laughed, a sound like wind chimes caught in a storm. "He's not coming back for you, sweet boy. They never do. You're mine now." A shudder coursed through me, not just from fear but from a strange allure that wrapped around my heart like chains. I could see her truth. She was not merely a demon, she was a manifestation of every longing, every unfulfilled desire that whispered in the quiet moments when I lay awake, wrestling with my own insecurities. I felt the weight of my failures, the shadows of unreturned affection, the loneliness that gnawed at my insides. "Don't you see," she continued, her voice weaving through the air, thick with temptation. "I offer release. Embrace what you fear. Let go of the chains." I wanted to scream, to fight, but her words flowed over me, warm and inviting. I remembered the taste of Fernando's laughter, the way our friendship felt like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. This was betrayal, wasn't it? To even consider the succubo's offer when I had lost my friend to the darkness. Suddenly, a crashing noise broke the spell, an old wooden door slammed against the wall, and there stood Elena, fierce and wild, her hair an untamed halo of defiance. "Get away from him," she shouted, voice trembling with a potent mix of anger and fear. I remembered her strength, how she had always stood by me, her determination like iron against the soft vulnerability of my heart. The succubo turned, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. "Ah, the brave little girl," she sneered, voice dripping with disdain. But Elena stood tall, unyielding against the seductive darkness that tried to ensnare us both. I felt a surge of gratitude wash over me. This was no mere chance encounter. This was destiny, a fraying thread pulling us together, a line drawn against the consuming shadows. Leave him alone. Elena's voice broke like glass, cutting through the tension that had wrapped around my heart. He's not yours. In that moment, the air shifted. A storm brewed within me, fueled by Elena's fierce protection, igniting a fire of resistance. I remembered the laughter, the warmth of friendship, and the way our lives intertwined like roots of ancient trees bound to this earth. I was not alone. I had never been alone. Fernando had risked everything for me, and now I had to do the same. Get out! I shouted, my voice rising against the seductive lullaby of darkness that threatened to pull me under. The succubo faltered, her expression shifting, surprise, anger, and something far more desperate flickered across her face. Foolish child, she hissed, the mask of seduction slipping, revealing the fury underneath. You cannot resist forever. But I felt the strength of Elena beside me, her unwavering spirit reminding me of the beauty that existed beyond the shadows. I would not be her prey, I would not succumb to the darkness. In this battle of wills, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the weight of generations of stories echoing in the night, a chorus of voices reminding me that my heart belonged to the living, to the vibrant pulse of friendship that filled the void. As the succubo slinked back into the shadows, her laughter echoed ominously, a promise of return. But I was not afraid. I was alive, grounded in the warmth of connection, tethered to the memories of laughter, to the fierce love of those who stood beside me. I remembered Fernando's laughter, Elena's unwavering strength, and I knew the fight was only beginning. The darkness might come again, but so would the light. And as the clock ticked on, the shadows melted away, leaving us standing together, hearts still pounding but united against the encroaching night. The forest whispered secrets in the stillness, its breath holding tight around me as I crouched in the shadows, heart pounding like a war drum. I could almost taste the damp earth under my nails, a raw reminder that the world around me breathed with life, and with it, danger. The branches above were thick, twisted like the thoughts in my mind, shadows dancing like specters. I was not alone. In the distance, the sudden rustle of leaves pierced the heavy silence. I barely dared to breathe, trapped in a moment that felt both fleeting and eternal. The night was a canvas painted with the colors of fear and hope. I could hear the low growl of a creature slinking through the underbrush, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. It was a sound too near, too intimate, and I knew then I was on the precipice of something far greater than myself. Lila, get back! The voice came from Ethan, sharp as broken glass, slicing through my reverie. We had grown up in this world of shadows and whispers, but now everything was changing. His silhouette darted towards me, urgency in every line of his body. There was a fire in his eyes, desperation flickering like a candle at the edge of a storm. I didn't want to look away, but I could feel the darkness creeping, clawing at my thoughts, urging me to flee. But I didn't want to run. I wanted to stand my ground, to confront the shadows that spilled from the trees, because wasn't that what we always did? I remembered the stories we wove into our childhood, tales of creatures lurking just out of sight, of brave souls who faced the unknown. Yet here I was, paralyzed in fear, and all I could think was that I was going to fall apart. Lila, please! His voice cracked, a raw plea that shattered my resolve. I glanced back, just for a heartbeat, and there it was, the creature, its eyes glowing like molten silver, hunger radiating from its form. My skin crawled as it advanced, each step deliberate, each breath heavy with the weight of thousands of unsaid words. I could feel Ethan's hand on my shoulder, steadying me, but the world felt like it was tilting. I remember when we used to think the stories were just that, stories. My voice trembled, each word a fragile echo. I could see the beast's muscles ripple beneath its fur, a nightmare made flesh, and I was caught between the past and the present, the safety of our childhood fantasies and the relentless grip of reality. Those were just tales to keep us warm at night, Ethan replied, his voice low, almost a whisper. But this? This is real. This is Lila. The urgency in his tone snapped me back. I turned. The creature lunged. The moment stretched, Time itself seemed to shudder as I and the creature collided in an electric surge of instinct and dread. I felt Ethan's grip tighten, anchoring me to him, and in that instant, I could see beyond the immediate terror. I could see the years we'd spent dreaming in the glow of campfires, the laughter that bound us, the heartbreak that threatened to tear us apart. The beast's breath was hot against my face, its eyes like bottomless pits, sucking all warmth and light. I struggled, but Ethan was there, his resolve a steady force against the chaos. "We can't let it take you," he cried, his voice fierce yet laced with an undercurrent of fear that unsettled my core. In a single, blinding moment, my heart clenched. I remembered the tales not just of creatures or horrors, but of the bond that had formed between us, the shared dreams, the laughter, the crushing weight of loss. But fear, oh fear, it was an insidious thing. It twisted the narratives we told ourselves, turning heroes into cowards. The creature lunged again, and the world around us exploded into chaos. I could feel the tension coiling like a spring, waiting for the relentless release. But even as I braced for the impact, I felt something shift within me, a flicker of defiance igniting in the dark corners of my soul. "Ethan!" I screamed, the name ripping from my throat like a lifeline. Our eyes locked, and in that moment, we were no longer just friends bound by the past, we were warriors, side by side against the tide of impending doom. I could feel the weight of our memories fueling me, and in that heartbeat before the confrontation, I knew this wasn't just about survival. This was about everything we had fought to become, about the pieces of ourselves we had to reclaim. The creature lunged, and I met it head-on, the raw power of fear now transformed into something fierce. "Get back!" I shouted again, feeling the surge of adrenaline rush through me, coursing like fire. It was a wild, chaotic dance, limbs intertwined with shadows, breaths mingling with the chill of the night. We were at the edge, teetering between the past that threatened to drown us and the future that beckoned like a distant star. But then, just as the darkness closed in, I caught a glimpse of something else, a shimmer, a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the beast. It wasn't just a monster, it was a wounded creature, trapped in a nightmare of its own. "Ethan, wait!" I called, my heart racing. It scared. I felt the tension in the air shift, reality bending like a fragile reed, and in that moment, the creature's growl softened, a fragmented echo of something lost. I could see it now, not just a predator but a soul yearning for understanding. "I remember," I murmured, my voice trembling as I stepped forward, reaching out with trembling fingers. "I remember feeling lost, too." The night held its breath, the forest still, as if waiting for the next heartbeat, the next flicker of connection. And as I looked back at Ethan, I could see the confusion in his eyes, the fear mingling with a glimmer of understanding. We were all creatures of this land, this water, this sky, bound together by threads of fear and love, longing for acceptance. The line between hunter and hunted blurred as the darkness whispered its secrets. The confrontation was not just between us and the creature, but between what we feared and what we yearned for. In that charged moment, I didn't know what would happen next. I didn't know if we would be engulfed by shadows or find a way to rise above them. But I felt alive, each beat of my heart echoing in the stillness. We were standing on the brink of revelation, of hope, of something greater than all of us. And maybe, just maybe, we would find a way to coexist in this wild, chaotic tapestry of life. The creature paused, its breath curious. And in that silence, beneath the weight of the unbroken sky, I felt the promise of something unfurling within us, a chance to weave a new story together, one of understanding amidst the chaos, of companionship across the divide that had once felt insurmountable. And as I reached out my hand, ready to embrace the unknown, I knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, bound by the threads of our shared existence, lost and found in the wild embrace of life itself. The Jaguar prowled through the dense underbrush, muscles coiling like a tightly wound spring. Night had fallen, thick and suffocating, wrapping the world in a cloak of uncertainty. I could feel the primal heartbeat of the jungle thrumming beneath my feet, an electric pulse that made my skin crawl and my heart race. I was not alone. The shadows whispered secrets in languages older than time, tales of gods and beasts, of sacrifices and rebirths. "Elena!" I called, my voice cracking against the oppressive silence. The jungle swallowed my words whole. I could almost hear her laughter, wild and reckless, like the wind rustling through the leaves, before it vanished, replaced by the choking sound of my own fear. I remember the fire in her eyes, a blazing defiance that danced alongside the flames in our camp. But that was before the Jaguar, before the night grew teeth, before it turned savage. The Jaguar was a deity, an embodiment of power and mystery, a reminder that the world was not ours to claim. I remember the stories my grandmother told, how the Jaguar was more than an animal, it was a guardian, a soul keeper. Respect it, she would say in her gravelly voice, or it will swallow you whole. And yet, I had not respected it. I had chased after that wild spirit, and now it was back, eyes gleaming like molten gold, hunger etched into its very being. The air thickened with the scent of earth and decay, and suddenly, the jungle felt like a living thing, breathing, waiting, watching. I didn't just seek Elena, I sought redemption, a way to confront the beast within me. Just then, a rustle. I spun, heart in my throat. Elena! I yelled again, louder this time, desperation clawing at my chest. But the only response was a low growl, reverberating through the undergrowth, an echo of ancient curses. She was my sister, my bond forged in childhood mischief and shared secrets under the stars. But tonight, she had become something else, something caught between the realms of the living and the spirits, an embodiment of sacrifice. I remembered the stories of the ancients, how they offered their loved ones to the gods to appease them, to ensure the sun rose again. There was a weight in that thought, a dreadful gravity that pulled me downward, into the abyss of my own failures. The Jaguar leapt from the shadows, a blur of muscle and sinew, and I froze, breath hitching. It was haunting and beautiful, an embodiment of legend come to life. In that moment, it was not just an animal, it was the avatar of my nightmares, the very essence of fear. The jungle held its breath, time stretched, warped, twisted. I felt a pull, an invitation to dance with this creature, to confront my fear head-on. And then, she emerged. Elena, wild and fierce, a perfect mirror of the Jaguar's untamed spirit. Her hair tangled with leaves, eyes ablaze with an otherworldly light. "You shouldn't have followed me," she shouted, her voice raw with pain and exhilaration. "You don't understand." I turned to her, confusion mixing with anger. "Understand what? That you would become a sacrifice to the gods? That you would throw yourself to the jaws of the Jaguar?" "No," she cried, stepping closer to the beast, the Jaguar's breath a hot mist against her skin. "This is my choice. Don't you see? The Jaguar isn't just a beast, it's a bridge between worlds. I can be more than just Elena. I can become a goddess." Heart racing, I could feel the Jaguar's eyes boring into my very soul, as if judging whether I was worthy of this moment. The lush foliage around us twisted into ghosts of the past, memories of laughter, of childhood fights, of a bond that felt as indestructible as the stars. But was it enough to save her? "Let me save you," I begged, my voice cracking, desperation spilling out like blood from an open wound. "Please, don't do this. We can go home, we can live." Elena's gaze softened, and for a moment, I saw the sister I grew up with, the girl who would climb trees and dance in the rain, forever chasing the sun. "You don't understand," she whispered, almost to herself, the Jaguar weaving between us, a guardian of secrets. "This is my destiny." The Jaguar let out a haunting roar, and the sound echoed, reverberating through the trees, causing the air to tremble. I could feel the ancient spirit stirring, the weight of countless sacrifices hanging heavy in the night, thick and suffocating. Time unfurled and twisted around us, the jungle alive with the memories of all who had come before, all who had become one with the Jaguar. "Don't you feel it?" she asked, voice trembling. "The call of the gods? The pull of the universe? I can't fight it." Tears streamed down her cheeks, reflecting the shimmering starlight above, and in that moment, our worlds collided. "Then let me fight it for you," I shouted, the Jaguar's growl reverberating inside me, awakening something primal. "I can't lose you to this." The Jaguar lunged forward, a blur of fur and fury, and the moment hung, electric, suspended in a dark, terrible beauty. I could feel its power surge through me, a chaotic energy that threatened to consume us both. The jungle trembled, holding its breath, the stars witnessing our struggle, a dance of life and death, of love and loss. And in that split second, I understood. It was not just about the Jaguar, it was about the stories that bind us, the myths that shape our existence. In Central and South America, animals are more than mere creatures, they are the embodiment of our fears and our dreams, our past and our future. They are the guardians of our souls, demanding respect and reverence. The Jaguar's roar echoed in my bones as I reached for Elena, the chasm between us widening, filled with the weight of our choices. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap. There was no conclusion to be had, no resolution. Only raw emotion and the haunting call of destiny beckoning us forward into the abyss of the unknown. Every heartbeat echoed, a reminder that we were alive, that we were bound by blood, by the fierce love and terror that danced in the shadows of our hearts. The universe held its breath, and so did I, teetering on the edge of something vast, something cosmic. Would I lose her to the Jaguar, to the legends woven into our very beings, or would I pull her back from the brink? The answer lay shrouded in the dark, teasing, tantalizing, the Jaguar watching, waiting, ever present. The night was thick with a heavy silence, broken only by the distant croaking of frogs, a low dirge that seemed to rise from the muddy banks of the river. I stood in the shadow of the mangroves, heart pounding, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something sharper, something slithery and wrong. They said she came when the moon wore her bones out like a dress, when the stars blinked and whispered secrets to the restless night. I could feel something lurking in the darkness, a creature of nightmares poised on the edge of my reality. I remembered my grandmother's voice, gravelly and worn, recounting tales of the Quetzalcoatl. She's not just a monster, child, she'd said, eyes glimmering with a mix of fear and reverence. She's a mother scorned, an echo of sorrow wrapped in scales. A woman who lost everything. I trembled, wondering if the stories were mere fabrications or a warning meant for ears that dared listen. And I listened. Look out for the children, she warned, as if they were bait, innocent and sweet, and with that, fear wrapped around my heart like a vice. They said the Quetzalcoatl had a way of knowing your deepest fears, your darkest secrets, and she would use them against you, twisting them into a nightmare. I felt the weight of my own secrets pressing against my chest. My brother, Raphael, had gone missing 3 nights ago, swallowed by the shadows of this very jungle. Rafa, I whispered, though I couldn't call his name without choking on the taste of his absence. The moon hung like a watchful eye, sinister and beautiful, casting a silvery glow over the water. I could almost see his face, bright and mischievous, the way he used to laugh as we raced along the banks, the world a blur of warmth and sunlight. But laughter had turned to hollowness, and the best memories now felt like shackles pulling me deeper into despair. The night air hissed around me, and a chill swept through the trees. A rustle, was it a breeze or something more? My heart raced, a wild drum against my ribs. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched, that the shadows were alive, shifting with purpose. And then I saw her. The Quetzalcoatl. She emerged from the water, her form half woman, half reptile, glistening like a nightmare-made flesh. Her eyes glowed with the light of 1,000 lost souls, and in that moment, I felt the collective weight of every child who had ever vanished, every mother who had mourned. It was suffocating. "Where is he?" I demanded, voice trembling as I stepped forward. My bravado felt like a paper boat on a stormy sea, but I pushed through, driven by anger, desperation, and a flicker of hope. "Where is Raphael?" The Quetzalcoatl regarded me, an amused smirk curling her lips. "You think you can summon courage so easily, little girl," she hissed, her voice a haunting melody that twisted my insides. "Courage is born from fear. Do you truly wish to confront what you fear the most?" I felt the weight of her words sink into me. I didn't want to face my fears, yet they gnawed at me like a hungry spectre. I could see Raphael's face, his laughter, his mischief, but that image was now tainted, blurred by dread. What if he was gone forever, swallowed by the very darkness I now stood in? "Tell me what you've done to him," I shouted, feeling brave and foolish all at once. "You can't keep him." The Quetzalcoatl stepped closer, her skin shimmering under the moonlight, scales reflecting memories, lost moments, shattered dreams. "It's not me you should fear, child," she whispered, her breath cold and sweet like decay. It's the shadows that own you. There was a flicker of movement behind her, and my heart dropped into my stomach. A figure emerged, a small child, hair wild and tangled, eyes wide and innocent. Raphael! I rushed forward, but the Cuca's laugh echoed, sharp and slicing, freezing me in place. You cannot save him if you cannot face the truth. The shadows around me twisted, morphing into faces contorted by sorrow and despair. They were children, their hollow eyes begging for release, and I felt my heart fracture. What do you want? I cried out, tears streaming down my cheeks. What do you take from us? Ownership, the Cuca replied, her voice a soft caress, smooth as oil and yet cutting deeper than a knife. I am the keeper of dreams and nightmares. I take what you cannot bear to face. I staggered back, the weight of her words crashing down like a tidal wave. What had I buried? What sorrow had I hidden so deep that it became a festering wound? I remembered the day Raphael had fallen from the tree, the way he had laughed it off while I clutched my chest in fear. I had never told him how terrified I was, how the thought of losing him consumed me. Don't take him, I gasped, the truth spilling from my lips like poison. He's all I have left. The Cuca's eyes softened, a flicker of something human in her monstrous gaze. What is it you think you have lost? She asked, leaning closer, her breath stirring the air like a whispered spell. Love! I screamed, raw and unfiltered. I've lost love and fear has overrun my heart. I failed to protect him. The shadows paused, and for a fleeting moment, I saw Raphael in their depths, his laughter echoing. The Cuca's form flickered, wavered like the flame of a candle, and I felt a flicker of hope, a chance to reclaim what had been taken. Then face your fear, child, she urged, and I saw the truth in her eyes, motherhood twisted by loss, grief contorting into a haunting visage. Let it go, and maybe, just maybe, you will find him again. As the shadows melted away, the air thickened with possibility, and I realized the confrontation wasn't just with her. It was with myself, my guilt gnawing at the edges of my soul. I took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill my lungs, and stepped forward into the darkness, determined to reclaim my brother, my love, my courage. But as I dove deeper into the shadows, I realized the Cuca was not just a monster of the night, she was a reflection of every fear I had ever harbored, every burden I had ever carried. And the confrontation had only just begun. The night held its breath, a fragile truce woven in the moonlight, and the echoes of laughter mingled with the whispers of the past. There was no end here, only an endless loop of tension and emotion, drawing me further into the dark embrace of the Cuca's world. The chase was on, and with each heartbeat, I felt the pull of shadows, the call of a mother, lost, sorrowful, and yet fiercely protective. The moon hung low, a bruised fruit, spilling silver across the cobblestone streets of San Miguel de Allende. Shadows twisted and writhed, whispering secrets of the night as laughter floated through the air, blending with the scent of ripe mangoes and warm tortillas. But beneath the revelry, a tension crackled, an energy that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand at attention. I stood there, heart pounding, feet rooted to the ground, watching as the twilight danced with something far more sinister than the usual charm of the city. I remember the first time I felt his presence, the Duende. He didn't appear as a creature of folklore, a mischievous elf lurking in the periphery of dreams. No, he was something altogether different, a shadow, a flicker, a half-formed thought that sent shivers down the spine. His laughter was a haunting melody, echoing through the alleys, a song that promised mischief and mayhem. There was a girl named Elena, her spirit as fierce as the blazing sun, her laughter like a bell tolling in the cool night air. She was searching for something, the kind of search that gnawed at your insides, that left you hollow and aching. I watched her, drawn to her, a moth to a flame, as she wandered through the marketplace, her eyes bright with determination and desperation. She was looking for her brother, Diego, lost to the world, lost to a game he had dared to play. Diego! Elena called, her voice slicing through the night's fabric. Crickets stopped chirping, the silence swallowed the sounds of the city, and I felt the air grow thick with tension. Where are you, Hermano? Come back. But there was no answer, only the distant echo of something else. Something dark. Then it happened. A gust of wind, unnatural and cold, spiraled through the streets, swirling around Elena, lifting strands of her hair like a ghostly hand. I saw it then, the flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. The duende, cloaked in shadows, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He was watching, and I could feel his gaze piercing through my soul, unraveling my fears, my insecurities. "Do you think he's out there?" I whispered to myself, but the question hung heavy in the air. Elena stepped toward the darkened alley, courage battling against fear. "I remember," she murmured, the words laced with desperation. "I remember when we used to play here as children. He wouldn't let us go home until we found the treasure he'd hidden." Her voice trembled, memories rising like specters from the past. "But this isn't a game anymore." I knew then that the duende was not merely a trickster. He was a thief of innocence, a collector of lost souls. He thrived on broken laughter and whispered fears. Diego had vanished days before, drawn into the allure of the duende's games, wonderful, terrible games that promised adventure but always ended in despair. I could still see Diego's face, lit with hope, as he chased shadows, oblivious to the darkness creeping in on him. "Diego!" Elena called again, her voice breaking, raw and jagged. "Come back. Please?" But the duende had already marked him. I felt it in my bones, the cold grip of despair tightening around my heart. The laughter returned, a cruel, mocking sound that echoed through the alleyways. "Do you hear that?" I asked, voice trembling, but Elena was lost in her thoughts, memories flooding her mind like a raging river. "Elena, listen!" She shook her head, tears pooling in her eyes, the flicker of hope dimming in the growing darkness. In that moment, I realized how fragile our connection to the past could be, how one moment of carelessness could pull the thread that held us together. "Help me!" Elena cried out to the shadows, her voice reverberating against the damp walls. "Help me find him!" But the shadows offered no comfort, only the duende, who danced at the edges of her resolve, a mocking specter of joy and sorrow intertwined. "He's not lost," he called, voice smooth like silk yet jagged as glass. "He's found. In the dance, in the game." Then he appeared, a blur of laughter and mischief, darting through the moonlight like a fleeting thought. His features remained obscured, but I could feel the weight of his presence, the intoxicating pull of his charm. "Elena, Elena," his voice coiled around her, wrapping her in a spell. "Join us. Play with me." I felt my heart clench, a primal instinct urging me to pull her away, to shield her from the temptation. But how do you fight against the very essence of joy, even if its roots lay in despair? "Don't listen to him," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "He's not your friend." Elena faltered, caught in the web of his allure, her gaze distant. "But what if he has Diego?" "Then we must find him," I urged, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders. "Together!" The duende laughed, a sound that sent ice through my veins, a melody woven from nightmares. "Together, yes. But it is a dangerous game. One must be willing to lose to truly find." "Diego!" Elena screamed, a wail that tore through the air, shattering the stillness. "Come back!" And in that moment, the world held its breath. The duende's laughter echoed, reverberating against the walls, a promise of chaos, of heartbreak, of a dance that would haunt us forever. I felt the darkness closing in, a cloud of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. But I also felt something else, a flicker of hope, a desperate yearning to reclaim what was lost. "Diego," we called, voices mingling, a chorus of heartache piercing through the shadows. The night held its secrets close, the duende watching, waiting, as we stood at the precipice of a battle for our souls, a struggle that would intertwine our fates in ways we could never imagine. The city breathed, its heart beating in time with ours, and I knew this was just the beginning. The moon continued to cast its cold light upon us, heavy with foreboding, a witness to our plight. And as the echo of laughter faded into silence, I realized we were trapped in a game far more intricate than we could comprehend, a game that would change everything, forever. The rain fell in torrents, a relentless curtain of grey, drowning out the last remnants of sunlight. I stood in the middle of that chaos, drenched, heart racing, as thunder rolled like an angry beast overhead. The streets were slick, twisting like serpents underfoot, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the cries, sharp, desperate, echoing off the buildings like a haunting lullaby. I remember the first time I saw her, Mara, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, standing just a few feet away, clutching the old talisman of the Tartu, the armadillo spirit of protection. "Mara! We have to go!" I shouted, the urgency clawing at my throat. She didn't move. Instead, she held her ground, the talisman glimmering dimly in her hands, its surface etched with ancient markings that spoke of forgotten promises. "No. If we leave now, they'll get to him." Her voice was a fragile thread, taut with tension. I felt that thread tighten around my own heart, squeezing until it hurt. I remembered Marco, the boy caught in the crossfire of our failing world. He was just a kid, too young to understand the weight he bore, too innocent to deserve the darkness that sought him. I could see him in my mind, face flushed with laughter, a smile that could light even the gloomiest of days. But that was before. Before the shadows crept in, before the Tartu became our last hope. "Mara, please!" I begged, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the storm around us becoming a symphony of chaos. Lightning split the sky, illuminating her face, a canvas of grit and resolve painted over fear. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm, the stories my grandmother told me about the Tartu. How it shields the innocent. It protects those who have nothing left to lose. A shiver ran down my spine. I had heard those stories too, woven in the fabric of our childhood dreams, but now they felt like a shackle, binding us to this desperate moment. Was it true? Could the spirit really guard us? The rain hammered down, each drop a reminder of the urgency swirling around us. Before I could respond, a shadow darted past, swift, silent. My breath caught in my throat. I knew that presence all too well, the lurking fear that had haunted our nights. They were coming. The hunters. I could feel their eyes, cold and calculating, scanning every corner of the street, searching for the mark that had been placed on Marco's back. "Stay close to me," I urged, a primal instinct kicking in. My heart thudded like a war drum, each beat echoing in the hollow of my chest. I wanted to pull Mara away, to shield her, but the talisman in her hand seemed to draw her in, like a moth to a flame. "Trust in the Tartu," she said, her voice steadying, despite the tremors of fear creeping in. A surge of warmth radiated from the talisman, a promise, a flicker of hope in the darkness. I remembered my own childhood, how we used to play in the fields under the sun, our laughter ringing out like magic. I could almost hear Marco's laughter now, intermingling with the pattering rain, calling me back. "We can't let them take him." It was then that I saw him, a blur of movement, bundled in a tattered coat, darting between shadows. "Marco!" My heart soared and sank simultaneously. The child was running straight toward us, his small frame so vulnerable against the backdrop of the chaos that threatened to swallow him whole. "Marco!" I screamed, breaking through the storm, but my voice was lost in the tempest. He was running in circles, fear painting his face, the world a whirlpool of threats. I felt a surge of desperation. "Mara, we have to get him." But Mara was transfixed, staring at the talisman as if it held all the answers. It felt as though time stretched, each second morphing into an eternity. I could sense the hunters closing in, their breath cold and rancid against the warmth of our resolve. With a sudden shattering of tension, she gripped the talisman tighter, and I felt a tremor of energy pulse through the air, a ripple of ancient magic that sent a jolt through my very being. "I believe," she shouted, her voice breaking free from the storm, ringing out with fierce clarity. "I believe in the Tartu." In that moment, something shifted, as if the world held its breath. The rain slowed, the thunder retreated, and for the briefest instant, the shadows paused, uncertain. I dared to hope, and that hope clung to me like a lifeline. Mara stepped forward, her gaze locked on Marco, her spirit ignited with a fire I had never seen before. "Come to me, Marco. The Tartu is with us." The boy hesitated, wide eyes darting to the darkness that loomed, but something in her voice pulled him closer. I felt the energy shifting again, swirling around us, a cocoon of protection forming as the talisman began to glow, a soft, ethereal light amidst the storm. "Trust us!" I yelled, my voice raw, desperate. "We will protect you." And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw them, the figures emerging from the shadows, deadly and relentless, moving closer. My heart raced, pounding like a war drum, every beat a call to arms. "Mara!" I shouted, panic clawing at my throat as I reached out for Marco. "They're coming!" But Mara stood firm, the talisman pulsing with a rhythm that echoed with the heartbeat of our fear. I felt its strength, a flicker of power igniting the air around us. "I remember," she murmured, "the stories of old. The strength of the Tatu protects those who believe." And in that moment, a realization washed over me, overwhelming and undeniable. We weren't just fighting for Marco, we were fighting for each other, for the hope that flickered like a candle in the face of a storm. The Tatu was more than just a spirit, it was a bond carved in the marrow of our beings. As the darkness surged forward, I gripped the talisman, standing beside Mara, ready to confront the shadows that threatened to engulf us. And as we faced the oncoming tide, I remembered. I remembered laughter, the warmth of the sun, and the unyielding strength of those who dared to believe in the impossible. The moon hung low, pregnant with 1,000 shadows that danced under its silver gaze. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and something else, something rotten that clung to the skin like a whisper of despair. "Where are you?" I screamed into the void, my voice swallowed whole by the night. It echoed back, mocking me, a cruel jest that sent my heart racing. The darkness was alive, pulsing, breathing, an entity that held secrets too heavy to bear. Marisol crouched beside me, her fingers digging into the damp ground, trembling. "He'll come," she insisted, her voice barely above a whisper, quaking like the leaves above us. I wanted to believe her, but doubt gnawed at me like a persistent rat. The Sapo, the trickster and healer, was a creature of stories, of folklore steeped in the poison of dread. What if he doesn't? I couldn't shake the fear that burrowed into my bones, coiling tighter with each passing second. The night crackled, and then, like a curse, it came, the unmistakable croak of the frog, deep and guttural, resonating through the hollow trees. Marisol stiffened. There, she breathed, eyes wide, shimmering with a wild light that felt almost sacrilegious. We were on the precipice of something ancient and terrible, something that had been waiting for centuries in the depths of the marsh. I remembered the tales whispered around flickering fires, the warnings, the laughter that turned sour. A creature that played tricks while binding lives with invisible threads. The Sapo, a paradox wrapped in scales and mystery. He would heal, oh yes, but there was always a price, a sacrifice that left scars deeper than flesh. "Look!" Marisol gasped, pointing as a figure emerged from the shadows, a hulking silhouette unfurling against the moonlight. My breath hitched. Was it him? The air was electric, saturated with a palpable tension that made my skin prickle. Each heartbeat was a battle cry. There he was, bulbous eyes reflecting the world with a knowing glint, a body both grotesque and beautiful, a living contradiction. The Sapo. He hunched low, surveying us with an intelligence that felt otherworldly. "You seek me," he croaked, the words like gravel scraping against stone. They hung heavy in the air, a promise tinged with danger. "Please," I stammered, the desperation spilling from my lips like a torrent. "My brother, he's sick. We need your help." The frog blinked slowly, as if weighing my soul against the stars. "And what will you give me?" Marisol's hand gripped mine tight, I could feel her pulse racing, a frantic rhythm that mirrored my own. "I'll do anything," I blurted, the words escaping before reason could silence them. Anything. Even as I said it, I knew the weight of that promise. The Sapo tilted his head, a twisted smile forming on his lips. Anything is a dangerous word. His laughter was a deep rumble, echoing like thunder through the trees, a sound that seemed to awaken the very ghosts of the forest. "Tell him," Marisol urged, her voice a desperate plea that sliced through the tension. "Tell him what you're willing to sacrifice." But what was I willing to give? My heart raced as memories crashed over me like waves, my brother's laughter, his eyes sparkling with mischief, the way he always knew how to make me smile when the world felt heavy. I couldn't let him slip away, not to sickness, not to shadows. "I'll give you my freedom," I gasped, the word stumbling out, raw and bleeding. "Take my freedom, Sarpo. Just heal him." The frog's gaze bore into me, searching, probing. "Freedom is a prison without walls," he murmured, and my heart sank into the abyss of his riddle. "You think you want it, but what will you do when it is stripped from you? You won't be yourself anymore." But the urgency pulsed in my veins, a relentless drumbeat that drowned out his warning. "I don't care. Just help him." The Sarpo straightened, his presence overwhelming, a force of nature that demanded attention. "Very well," he said, his voice thick with ancient wisdom. "But know this, my healing comes with a price far greater than you can imagine." Tension thickened the air, a storm brewing in the silence. I turned to Marisol, her eyes glistening, fear woven into the fabric of her being. "What if he takes you?" she whispered, horror creeping into her voice. "Then I'll go," I said, the conviction rising within me, fueled by love and desperation. "He can have me. Just save my brother." The Sarpo croaked, a sound that felt like the earth itself shuddering beneath us. "So be it." And then, with a flick of his long, slimy tongue, he summoned the darkness that enveloped us, a swirling vortex of shadows and light, a dance of chaos that surged and swirled. I could feel the weight of my choice bearing down, a suffocating pressure that threatened to swallow me whole. This was not just a bargain, it was a metamorphosis, a transformation that would pull at the very threads of who I was. "Wait!" Marisol's voice cut through the tempest, a final plea that echoed in the recesses of my heart. "Don't do it. You don't know what you're giving up." But it was too late. The shadows closed around me, and the world shattered into a kaleidoscope of colors, memories, and foreboding whispers. I felt the pull of the cosmos, a tumbling through time, space, and raw emotion. This was my choice, my sacrifice. And in that moment, as the darkness wrapped around me like a shroud, I realized the truth that lay beneath the surface. The Sarpo was not just a trickster or a healer. He was the mirror reflecting the very essence of who I was, of what I was willing to lose, of the cost of love that stretched beyond the stars. And as the shadows consumed me, I knew this was not an end, but a beginning, an echo of something far more profound. The world would never be the same again. The forest breathed, its dark mouth opening wide, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. Shadows slithered between gnarled roots, whispering secrets of the ancient past. I stumbled forward, heart racing, ears straining to catch the rustle of unseen things. Leaves crunched underfoot like brittle bones, and the air was thick with the perfume of decay, a haunting reminder that life and death dance a macabre tango. I could feel it, the pulse of the earth beneath me, calling me closer, closer to what lay hidden in the thicket where the light dared not go. And there he was. Cernunnos, the horned god of nature. A silhouette stitched against the twilight, his antlers rising like the jagged teeth of a predator. My breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to scream, but the sound lodged itself there, a raw knot of terror and wonder. His eyes glowed, the color of wild emeralds, piercing through the veil of darkness, and I knew that if I looked into them long enough, I would lose myself. Behind me, Myra trembled, her fingers clenching around the hilt of a sword that felt far too heavy for her. "What if he sees us?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the last leaf of autumn caught in a cruel wind. She was my sister, my anchor in this sea of shadows, but in that moment, she felt distant. I glanced back, and her wide eyes mirrored my fear, yet beneath it lay a flicker of something else, curiosity, the kind that burns with an insatiable hunger, like a moth drawn to a flame. "Cernunnos," I breathed, tasting the name on my tongue, a bitter sweetness that promised both dread and ecstasy. This was no mere legend. The tales I'd grown up with, whispered by firelight, were now flesh and bone, alive and breathing before us. "He's real." Myra flinched, taking an involuntary step back, her army of doubts marching across her face. "The stories say he's vengeful. A guardian of nature, sure, but a wrathful one." Her voice was tight, like a bowstring pulled too taut, and I could see the tremors of her resolve cracking, splintering under the weight of the unknown. I remember, I started, but the memories cascaded like autumn leaves, swirling in a vortex of sound and silence. I remember the night our mother told us about him, how he roamed the woods, protecting the sacred, punishing those who dared cut down the trees for greed. My heart raced, tethered to the urgency of the moment. What if he isn't out to harm us? What if he's here to guide us? But a quick glance at the shadows closing in around us told a different story. The trees were leaning in, their gnarled branches twisted like skeletal fingers, and the wind howled a warning, sharp and cruel. My thoughts spiraled, coiling in on themselves, a dark pit of uncertainty. What if I was wrong? What if Sir Nunnos was a god of retribution, come to collect a debt that had been left unpaid for centuries? And then I remembered the ancient stones, the ones we'd sought in the valley days ago. The ones covered in moss, bathed in a light that felt both inviting and sinister. The runes they bore were a prophecy, sculpted by hands long forgotten. We have to find the stones, I urged, my voice rising, desperate to drown out the fear that threatened to engulf us. They're our only hope. Myra's gaze wavered, caught between the lure of the woods and the weight of our shared history, the loss of our family, the shadows that clung to us since childhood. What if the stones are cursed? She whispered, each word laced with doubt. What if Sir Nunnos is not here to save us but to punish us for our trespasses? I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes dimming, and something inside me twisted. Then we face him together. The words poured out, bold and brave, but my heart trembled beneath their weight. There was a truth I didn't want to face. I was terrified, as much of the god as of the fear I saw reflected in her eyes. With each heartbeat, the night thickened, wrapping us in its suffocating embrace. And then, from the shadows, a growl rumbled, a dark and primal sound that reverberated through the ground, shaking the roots beneath our feet. Sir Nunnos stepped forward, each movement deliberate, a creature of legend and myth, and my breath caught in my throat. I felt the air shift, charged with electric tension, and in that moment, I saw my sister's face transform. The fear melted away, replaced by a fierce determination that ignited something deep within me. "We can't back down now," she said, voice steady, eyes aflame with resolve. "This is our chance." And just like that, everything snapped into focus. The forest wasn't just a backdrop, it was alive with whispers, the spirit of the land thrumming against our skin, urging us to rise. Sir Nunnos loomed large before us, a guardian of nature, a protector of lost souls. I could feel the weight of ages pressing down as if the very cosmos was holding its breath, waiting for an answer to a question neither of us could voice. In that moment, I understood. This was not merely a confrontation, it was a reckoning. A collision of past and present, of fear and hope, of love and sacrifice. The air thickened with unspoken promises, and I felt the ground shift beneath me. Time twisted like smoke, and the boundary between reality and the spirit world blurred. I remember, I dared to say, feeling the weight of thousands of years of history nestled within those words. I remember the stories. They told of a bond, a respect between man and God, between nature and spirit. We are not here to challenge you, Sir Nunnos. We come seeking understanding. The night deepened, shadows thickening like a blanket, wrapping us in their cold embrace. Sir Nunnos stood silent, a statue carved from the heart of the forest, his expression inscrutable. But the tension hung heavy, a taut string waiting to snap. With each moment, the world fell away, and in the silence, I felt the heartbeat of the earth echoing in my soul. I reached for Myra, her warmth grounding me against the chill of what we faced. And together, we stepped forward into the darkness. The night is thick with anticipation, shadows creeping like whispers through the desert. I can see the stars, cold, indifferent eyes watching this fragile world unfold beneath them. It's here, in this vast emptiness, that I first heard the call of the coyote, a voice haunting yet familiar, echoing through the stillness. It was a sound that tugged at my heart, a reminder that trickery runs deeper than the sand beneath our feet, winding through the very fabric of existence. I remember the first time I met Nawel, his laughter ringing out like a bell in the eerie silence. He danced between the ribs of an old rusting truck, kicking up dust motes that sparkled in the pale moonlight. His dark eyes sparkled with mischief, each glimmer a promise of chaos. But beneath that playful exterior, I sensed a pulse of desperation, a man straddling the fine line between survival and oblivion. Nawel was a dreamer, but dreams can become nightmares, and the coyote had a way of twisting intentions. "Tell me a story," he said, breathless with excitement. "Make it one where I'm the hero." His gaze pierced through the night, daring me to weave magic from the mundane. But stories have claws that dig deep, and I felt the weight of ancient tales pressing down on me, pulling me toward the chasm of memory where I kept my fears, my regrets, my hopes. I hesitated, feeling the tension shift, the air thickening with the weight of expectation. That's when I remembered Mythical, his sister, the one who danced in the shadows, always just out of reach. I could almost hear her laughter mingling with his, a bittersweet melody that turned sour with each passing moment. I remember the glint of her hair, the way it caught the light like the shimmer of water, so close, yet so far. Mythical was the heart of this twisted tale, throbbing with pain and resilience. As I wove my words, I saw Nawel's eyes glaze over, caught between worlds, one of hope, filled with the laughter of coyotes, the other dark and heavy, where the coyote stalks the lonely and lost. I spoke of the coyote trickster, a shapeshifter who danced on the edge of morality, a cunning figure who could turn dreams into nightmares with a single whisper. But Nawel was lost in his fantasies, transforming into a hero battling the desert's demons, armed with nothing but his wits and charm. He envisioned himself a savior, always just one step ahead of the coyote's clever plots, unaware of how easily ambition can blind a man to his own folly. I watched the shadows shift across his face, flickering, uncertain. "I remember," he said suddenly, "the night she disappeared." His voice cracked like dry earth underfoot, revealing the fissures in his heart. The wind howled, and the coyotes sang. "I thought she'd come back." The words hung heavy in the air, a truth too raw to be spoken, yet he spoke it anyway, almost as if he were daring the universe to answer back. Every heartbeat thudded louder than the last, each breath a reminder of the gaping void she left behind. Nawel's laughter faltered, cracking like ice beneath the weight of grief. Mythical had been his anchor, the light in his storm, but now, she was a ghost slipping through the fingers of time. I glanced up at the stars, each one a distant memory, twinkling like shards of glass dipped in sorrow. The coyote's song crescendoed, a haunting refrain filled with promise and peril, echoing through the vast emptiness of the desert night. It was as if the cosmos itself leaned in, listening to our pain, our struggle, our longing for connection. Then came the crunch of footsteps on gravel, a silhouette emerging from the shadows, cloaked in the night's embrace. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat in my chest. It's him, the trickster. I could see the glint of mischief in his eyes, sharp, piercing. The coyote. He was more than a creature, he was an idea, an embodiment of every choice we never made, every path we feared to tread. Nawel, his voice slithered through the air, smooth and sinister. "What are you willing to sacrifice for love? For revenge? Tell me your heart, and I'll show you the way." I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the darkness swirling around me, encasing my heart in ice. Nawel shivered but stood his ground, the fire of desperation igniting within him. "I'd do anything," he shouted into the night, the wind carrying his words like currency, bartering with fate. "Anything," the coyote mused, his laughter mingling with the howl of the wind, each note a taunt, a challenge. "Then let's play a game, shall we? A game of wits, a game of souls." And as the coyote spoke, I could see the wheels turning in Nawel's mind, each decision layered with consequence, each choice a step deeper into the abyss. This was no mere trickster, this was a force of nature, a reflection of the chaos that churned inside us all. Mythical's laughter echoed in the shadows, a reminder of everything lost and everything still to play for. I could feel the tension in the air tightening, the stakes rising higher with every word. The coyote was not just a figure of folklore, he was the keeper of secrets, a mirror reflecting our darkest desires and deepest fears. "Are you ready to face the truth?" the coyote whispered, his voice a snake's hiss against the backdrop of the night. I could feel Nawel's resolve wavering, the ground beneath him shifting like sand. And in that moment, I understood, the line between hero and trickster is drawn in the sand, and it can be erased with a single breath. I remember the stars, their cold light illuminating everything, the choices we make, the paths we take, the trickery woven into the fabric of our lives. The coyote stood at the center, a puppeteer pulling the strings, and I felt the weight of destiny looming, an unstoppable force barreling toward us. I knew, then, that the game had begun, and we were all players on this stage, poised for a confrontation that would echo through the ages. The night deepened, shadows thickened like the air before a storm, and the trickster's laughter faded into the darkness, leaving us dangling on the precipice of uncertainty, hearts racing, breaths held tight. The moon hung low, a sickle of silver slicing through the thick, dark canopy of the Yucatan jungle. Shadows danced like whispers, and the air pulsed with a heavy, electric hum that sent shivers skittering down my spine. I stood there, heart racing, as the rustle of leaves coiled around me like a serpent, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. In the depths of that unsettling silence, a name flickered in my mind, a name that would entwine itself with our fate, Extabay. I could feel her presence before I saw anything, an intoxicating perfume, sweet and haunting, drifting through the humid night like a ghost sigh. I remember the warmth of Laura's hand gripping mine, her knuckles white, the terror bleeding through her bravado. "We shouldn't be here," she breathed, her voice trembling like leaves in a windstorm. But the allure of the unknown pulled us deeper, and I was too entranced to turn back. Then, without warning, the world shifted, and the shadows coalesced into something darker, more palpable, a figure emerging from the depths of the trees, skin glowing like moonlight, eyes glinting with a promise wrapped in danger. Extabay. The seductress. The spectre who lured men to their doom and women to their envy. Her smile was electric, and I felt my breath catch, as if she were siphoning the air from my lungs. "Stay," she beckoned, her voice like honeyed poison, sweet yet dangerously sharp. I felt Laura's grip slip, her fear radiating like heat, while my pulse quickened, thundering in time with the gathering storm. I was mesmerized, like a moth to the flame. "What do you seek?" Extabay asked, and her words curled around us, searching for our truths. I could see it in Laura's eyes, the flicker of jealousy, the stab of inadequacy. She wanted to flee, to escape the grasp of whatever spell Extabay was weaving, but I was rooted, torn between the primal pull of desire and the lingering tendrils of loyalty. "We're just exploring," I stammered, every syllable heavy with the weight of unspoken dreams and fears. But Extabay knew better. "Exploring," she echoed, her laughter ringing like shattered glass. "What do you truly desire?" My heart pounded in response. I wanted to scream that I desired more than this mundane life, more than the suffocating walls of my reality. I wanted to escape the shadows of my past, to be someone who could seize the night. But as I searched her eyes, I felt the world shift again, a kaleidoscope of dread and longing. Laura shifted uneasily next to me, caught in the web of her own conflicting emotions. The sounds of the jungle faded, replaced by the roaring silence of her own insecurities. I could almost hear her thoughts, spiraling into dark places, her dreams of love, of reckless abandon, now overshadowed by a stranger more beautiful than anything she could ever dream of being. "Let's go," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper, but there was a tremor beneath her words that spoke volumes, a desperate plea wrapped in defiance. But Extabay wasn't finished. "What if you could be free?" Her eyes pierced through me, promising transformation, liberation, the kind of freedom I had never dared to imagine. I felt the gravity of her gaze, pulling me, anchoring me in her world. "What if you could be powerful?" A flicker of temptation danced through me, igniting the embers of my deepest desires. I wanted to be powerful, to change my life into a tapestry of fire and joy, but at what cost? I glanced at Laura, her brow furrowed, fear merging with something darker, envy. "Don't listen to her," Laura pleaded, but even to my ears, her voice sounded weak, laced with desperation, as if she was struggling against a tide that threatened to swallow her whole. But I was caught in the trap of Extabay's seduction, the pull of her darkness too thrilling to resist. "What do you want?" she asked me again, her voice low and sultry, dripping with promises. "I want," the words caught in my throat, thoughts colliding in a cacophony of fear and longing. I wanted to be seen, to be cherished, to escape the mundane shackles of my life. But was this the way? Was this the price of desire? The jungle pulsed with life, each heartbeat echoing around us. I could feel the weight of the moment pressing down, the air thick with unspoken words. Laura's hand fell away from mine, a small gasp escaping her lips, and I turned to see her retreating into the darkness. "Laura!" I called, panic rising in my chest, but she was already lost among the trees, swallowed by the very shadows I had dared to dance with. "Let her go," Extabay said, her smile widening, a predator relishing the chase. "She cannot understand the freedom I offer. Only you can." A chill swept through me, a sudden realization that this seduction came with strings attached, and that I was now entangled in a web woven from my own desires and fears. "What do I have to do?" I whispered, the question escaping as both a plea and a challenge. Extabay's eyes gleamed with a dark delight, and I knew then that the night was far from over. This was merely the beginning, the precipice of a choice that would echo through time. The jungle stirred, shadows whispering secrets in the night, while I stood there, straddling the line between the familiar and the unfathomable, a heart caught in the tempest of desire and dread. The air crackled with tension, a palpable weight pressing down, thick and suffocating. I stood, heart pounding in my chest, the echoes of hurried footsteps fading into the damp darkness of the underground tunnel. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like memories, teasing the edges of my vision. I could feel them, watching, waiting. The whispers of the lizard people slithered through the air, a chilling caress that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Does it always feel like this?" Mia's voice trembled beside me, a thin wisp of fear wrapped in a shaky laugh. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers trembling. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that we had come seeking answers, but the truth was that fear was a hungry beast, gnawing at my insides. I remembered the stories, the old tales that warned of what lurked beneath our feet, yet here we were, drawn to the darkness like moths to a flame. "Once, I thought it was just a myth," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "Children's stories to frighten us into behaving." But now, my words trailed off into the void. The flickering light from our weak flashlight caught the glint of something, scales, momentarily illuminating the cavernous space. My breath caught. What if it was true? What if the legends were real, and we were standing at the precipice of something far darker than we could ever comprehend? Mia's eyes widened, her face pale like the moon. "I don't like this. I don't want to be here." The tremor in her voice echoed the rising panic in my chest. She was always so full of life, spinning tales of adventure and dreams of the impossible. But this? This was a nightmare stitched from the fabric of our deepest fears. "Stay close," I urged, trying to steady my own breathing. "We need to find the exit." But with every step, the tunnel felt less like a passage to safety and more like a maw, eager to swallow us whole. The walls closed in, damp earth squeezing around us, a reminder that the world above was a distant memory. And then, it happened. A sound. A rustle, like dry leaves skittering across the ground. My heart jumped into my throat. It was too close. Mia's hand gripped mine, her fingers cold and clammy, a lifeline against the tightening fear. "What was that? Please tell me you heard that." I nodded, swallowing hard. I remember, the words faltered, the memory of a dream creeping in, a vision of creatures with emerald eyes and jagged teeth. I remember stories of their eyes, how they glimmer in the dark. The silence that followed was deafening. Time stretched, thick like treacle, and I could hear my heartbeat, rapid and frantic, echoing in my ears. My thoughts raced back to the city above, bustling and alive, yet here we were, stripped bare beneath layers of earth, and the weight of our choices pressed down upon us. "Do you think they see us?" Mia's voice quivered, a fragile thread of hope laced with despair. "What if they're waiting for something?" And then there was Victor, his presence both a comfort and a curse. He had always been the bold one, the dreamer, always chasing shadows and seeking the impossible. He stepped forward, his silhouette swallowed by darkness. "We're not alone," he called back, a challenge echoing through the hollow cavern. "We can't let fear stop us. The legends are just stories, right?" But as he spoke, I felt something shift in the air. A ripple of energy, a low growl emanating from the very depths of the earth. My skin prickled with dread. "Victor," I warned, my voice rising in pitch, a desperate plea riddled with panic. "We should turn back. Turn back." His laughter rang hollow, a defiance masked as bravery. "What's life without a little risk? We'll find them. We owe it to ourselves to see the truth." Truth. Such a fragile word, so easily broken. The truth had led us here, driven by curiosity, by a need to uncover what lay beneath the surface. But now, in this moment, under the weight of the earth, I questioned everything I thought I knew. What if the truth isn't what we expect? I whispered, glancing at MIA, whose face mirrored my own trepidation. And then I saw it, an outline, a shape moving between the shadows. It was quick, darting like a thought just out of reach, pulling me into a spiral of fear and fascination. "Did you see that?" I gasped, my breath hitching. Victor turned, his bravado faltering. I don't know." The whisper of scales against stone filled the air, a melody of terror. My heart raced with every beat, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. The walls of the tunnel seemed to pulsate with life, shadows twisting and curling, beckoning us closer, or was it warning? With each step, the echoes of our past flooded my mind, memories of laughter turned bitter in the face of this dark reality. I could almost hear the echoes of those who had come before us, explorers and dreamers, lost in the labyrinth of their own ambitions. I felt their presence, ghosts of the curious, trapped in a cycle of yearning and regret, forever entwined in the earth's embrace. "Please," Mia's voice broke through my thoughts, raw and trembling, "let's go back. This isn't what we thought it would be." But something deep within me stirred, a primal urge to press forward, to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond the veil of fear. We were all flawed, each of us carrying our own burdens, our imperfect dreams. And maybe, just maybe, we were meant to confront the darkness together. Victor stepped forward, eyes alight with defiance. "We can't let them win. We need to see what's down here." And so we moved deeper, drawn into the depths of a world we barely understood, where the air was thick with secrets, and the walls whispered tales of the lizard people. I could feel their presence, a haunting reminder of the legends we had chased, and I wondered if I, would emerge from the shadows. Or if we'd become just another story, echoing in the darkness for all eternity. But as the tunnel twisted further into the unknown, the question nagged at the corners of my mind like a phantom: did we dare to face them, or were we merely chasing shadows, forever destined to remain on the edge of discovery? I remember the silence before the storm. The wind had a way of whispering secrets through the trees, curling around the trunks like a lover's breath. It was an eerie kind of stillness, the kind that makes your skin prickle and your heart race. The mountains loomed, dark silhouettes against a bruised sky, as if they were holding their breath, waiting. And then, just like that, a crack split the air, a thunderous roar that sent the birds scattering, tumbling and screeching like lost souls. In the tangled embrace of the Vera Cruz highlands, Carla felt the weight of the world pressing down on her like a shroud. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic war drum competing with the chaos around her. "It's just a storm," she muttered to herself, but the words felt hollow, echoing back with the bitterness of denial. She was chasing shadows through the underbrush, frantic and breathless, the memories of her brother, Miguel, pushing her forward. "Don't look back, don't look back," she chanted, a mantra against the growing dread. But the shadows were alive, flickering just out of sight, darting between the trees. The Shamans. The legends of nature spirits that danced in the moonlight and lured children to their doom. Her family had laughed at the stories, dismissing them as old wives' tales, but she could feel their eyes watching her, those eyes filled with mischief, cunning, and something darker, something that made her skin crawl. "Where are you?" she screamed into the suffocating quiet, her voice swallowed by the vastness of the wilderness. And then, the ground shifted beneath her feet, as if the earth itself was alive. The trees whispered her name, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, begging for release. She stumbled, the world spinning, memories crashing into her, Miguel laughing beneath the mango trees, his spirit bright and unbroken. The laughter felt like a ghost, haunting her, a bittersweet echo in the storm. "Help me," she cried, desperation clawing at her throat. But the only answer was the laughter of the Shaneks, a sound that sent chills racing down her spine, a cacophony of mocking delight. She swore she could see them, darting between the trees, tiny figures, their forms flickering like candle flames. And then, there was Lucio. He was there, always lurking in the shadows, a man broken by grief and guilt, his heart heavy with sins from years past. He had come to the hills seeking refuge, hoping to find solace in the embrace of the mountains. But the mountains had other plans, their spirits entwined with his fate. "Where is your brother, Carla?" he whispered, his voice low and gravelly, like the rumble of distant thunder. His eyes were dark pools of sorrow, reflecting the storm brewing within him. "You shouldn't be here." "I have to find him," she shot back, anger flaring like a wildfire. "You don't understand. He's in danger." But Lucio did understand. He had seen the Shaneks before, watched as they toyed with the unwary, their cruel laughter echoing through the trees like a siren song. He had lost his own daughter to their whims, an innocent spirit swallowed by the forest's heart. The weight of that grief hung over him, a constant reminder of his failure. "Please," she begged, her voice cracking like the branches around them. "I need you to help me." Carla felt the tension between them thrum like a live wire, the air thick with unspoken words and shared pain. Lucio hesitated, his heart caught in a tug-of-war between grief and the flicker of hope. "I can't lose anyone else," he murmured, and in that moment, she saw the pain etched on his face, the shadows clinging to him like a second skin. "I won't let you," she promised, though she couldn't quite believe it. They were both teetering on the edge of despair, drawing strength from the frail thread of their desperation. Together, they pressed on, deeper into the dark embrace of the forest, every step echoing with the uncertainty of their choices. The wind howled, a banshee's wail that twisted through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and impending doom. Shadows shifted, darting at the corners of her vision, and the laughter intensified, echoing like an ancient curse. "I remember," she whispered, a mantra against the storm. "I remember the stories. The Shaneks, their protectors, and their deceivers. They guard the forest, but they take what they want." Lucio nodded slowly, his gaze locked on the darkness enveloping them like a shroud. "They can sense fear. They thrive on it." Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, the tension building with each passing moment. The forest closed in around them, the trees leaning closer, almost conspiratorial. Shadows twisted and turned, and somewhere, just beyond the edge of their vision, she thought she saw a flicker of movement, the glimpse of something small and quick, with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. And then, a scream shattered the air. It was not Miguel's voice, but it echoed with the same raw terror that clawed at Carla's insides. "We have to go," she shouted, urgency pouring from her like a torrent. But Lucio hesitated, his gaze fixed on something in the distance, a flickering light that danced just beyond their reach. "Wait. Do you see that?" The air grew thick with anticipation, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Shadows twisted and turned, and for a fleeting moment, the world fell silent. "I remember," she murmured, a tremor in her voice. "I remember my brother laughing. I remember the warmth of the sun and the taste of ripe mangoes." "Then let's find him," Lucio said, a determination igniting in his chest. With one last glance at the shadows that danced just out of sight, they plunged deeper into the darkness, two souls bound by grief, fear, and an unrelenting need to confront the spirits hidden in the heart of the Vera Cruz highlands. The storm raged around them, but they pressed on, the echoes of laughter swirling in the wind, a promise and a threat intertwined in a dance as old as time. And as the darkness closed in, they prepared to meet the Shaneks, not as victims, but as warriors in a battle for their very souls. The jungle prowls on a heartbeat, the air thick with secrets and shadows. I stand at the edge of a clearing, breath caught in my throat, the earth vibrating beneath me, a living entity whispering promises in the language of rustling leaves and distant roars. The sun bleeds into dusk, a molten gold melting into deepening indigo, and the world seems to hold its breath. This is not just a moment, it's a reckoning. Maya squats low beside me, her dark hair a waterfall of obsidian, blending with the night creeping closer. She's trembling, barely suppressing the quakes of fear under her skin. "If it comes, we're done," she she whispers, her voice a fragile thread, assailed by the danger lurking just beyond the trees. I can see it in her eyes, the flicker of a dream snuffed out before it ever took flight. The Jaguar, that ancient embodiment of power and mystery, is a ghost that haunts her. It's not just a cat, it's history, legend, a churning whirlpool of emotion that pulls us both in. And then there's Thomas, pacing like a caged lion in the periphery, his brow furrowed with a mix of determination and despair. His hands, calloused from years of labor, clench and unclench, grappling with the weight of decisions that thrum in the air like a heartbeat, a symphony of unresolved choices. He's been chasing the Jaguar, a dream painted in the colors of ambition and fear. I can't let it go, he mutters, more to himself than to anyone else. Each word drips with desperation, and I feel my own heart quicken, racing alongside his. I remember the nights when the stars whispered secrets, when the moon cast shadows longer than fears, when the Jaguar's glow in folklore danced on the periphery of our imaginations. He was the hunter, the protector, the bridge between realms. Yet here we are, teetering on the edge of something primal, something terrifying. The underbrush shivers. A twig snaps, and the silence shatters. Thomas freezes, Maya's breath hitches. I can hear the pulse of my own fear, a drum pounding in my ears as if to mock the very stillness we've wrapped ourselves in. Shadows twist and writhe, and then I see it, golden eyes glinting in the depths of darkness, a predator cloaked in night. It's here. I feel Maya's fingers twitch against my arm as if seeking reassurance. I wish I could give it, but in this moment, I'm fighting my own terror. The Jaguar, with all its history, the myths carved into stone, the whispers of the ancients, the power that radiates from its very being, stands before us, a living embodiment of our darkest fears and greatest desires. I remember the stories my grandmother told, I breathe, the words spilling out like confessions. How the Jaguar was once a man, a god, who walked among us, fierce and wise. They feared him, yet they adored him. The Jaguar shifts, muscles rippling beneath its spotted coat, a silent testament to a legacy that is both beautiful and brutal. And now, we are but shadows in his world. Maya's eyes widen, a mixture of awe and horror. What if he sees us, she gasps, her voice quaking like the leaves overhead. There's a vulnerability in her gaze that churns something deep within me. What if we fail? But Thomas speaks over her, voice thick with conviction. We have to face it. We can't run from legends. Each word slices through the air, raw and electric, igniting a flicker of rebellion against the shadows that threaten to consume us. I watch him grapple with his urge to conquer the fear that binds us. He is a storm, a tumultuous blend of courage and desperation, and I fear for him. And then the Jaguar moves, slow, deliberate, a glint of moonlight dancing across its fur. It's an entity woven from nightmares and dreams, a living connection to the cosmos, and in that moment, I understand. This is not just a creature, this is a reflection of us, of our own conflicts, our yearnings, our failures. I feel it shatter through me, a wave crashing against the shore of my soul. Maya takes a step back, her resolve wavering. What if it's too much, she whispers, the shadow of doubt creeping into her voice. But I know, deep within me, I know, that the Jaguar is not just a challenge, it's a rite of passage. We are not just facing a beast, I reply, feeling my pulse quicken with the weight of my own truth. We are facing ourselves. The jungle holds its breath around us, charged with the electricity of impending revelation. The Jaguar's gaze pierces through the veil of night, a haunting melody resonating in the depths of my heart. I feel its spirit entwine with mine, a haunting reminder of the wildness that courses through our veins. We are not merely spectators, we are part of the myth, the symphony of existence itself. As the Jaguar draws closer, I can almost taste the tension, thick and hot. The air crackles with anticipation, each moment stretching into infinity, and I realize that this is where we find our truth, not in victory or defeat, but in the raw, unflinching confrontation with the essence of who we are. And as the jungle hums around us, as shadows flicker and merge, the Jaguar's roar splits the air, a sound not just of fear, but of awakening. It echoes through time, through myth and memory, drawing us deeper into the story we are all a part of, an eternal loop of struggle and strength, love and loss, the primal dance of existence. Face it, Thomas urges, and I can see the fire igniting behind his eyes, his pain, his ambition, his fear. And I know, deep in my bones, that the Jaguar waits for no one. We must leap into the abyss, hearts pounding, breath hitching, knowing that the only way to endure the night is to truly embrace the wildness that lies within. I feel it. I remember it. This isn't just a moment, it's a haunting echo of what it means to be alive, and as we stand before the beast, I realize that in this darkness, we are not alone. It rumbled beneath the earth, a low growl echoing through the dense jungle, and I felt it in my bones long before I heard it. My heart raced, the sound a haunting reminder that some monsters live in the shadows, waiting. The air was thick, oppressive, wrapping around me like a shroud as I clutched the handle of my machete, knuckles white, breath caught in my throat. The vibrant greens of the Congo seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, whispering secrets only the brave, or the foolhardy, dared to decode. Did you hear that? Ilara's voice, a trembling wisp, broke through the heavy silence. Her dark eyes darted around, searching the treetops, the underbrush, as though they might betray the creature lurking just beyond our vision. She had come with me despite the warnings, despite the tales whispered in hushed tones around flickering fires, tales of Mokelmbembe, the beast of the river, a living ghost of a forgotten age. The stories felt absurd, almost silly, until tonight. Now, they wrapped around me like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat, every shudder of the earth. Yeah, I replied, forcing a grin that felt brittle on my lips. Just a big cat, right? But my voice quivered, the bravado slipping away like water through my fingers. The truth was, I didn't know what to expect. I had come here for something more than mere adventure. I was chasing a dream, or perhaps a nightmare, a longing for validation. I wanted to prove to myself that the past still had a pulse, that in the heart of darkness, there was still something extraordinary waiting to be found. Ilara shivered beside me, her breath misting in the cool night air. Tales of the Mokelmbembe, just that, tales. Right, she asked, desperation edging her words. She was the scientist in our duo, armed with facts and figures, but she had come to realize that logic was powerless against the primal fears lurking in this jungle. I mean, dinosaurs are extinct. They can't just exist. But I could see it in her eyes, doubt mingled with a flicker of hope, a yearning to believe in something that transcended her textbooks. We pressed forward, our footsteps muffled by the lush undergrowth. And then, the ominous rumble returned, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to rise from the depths of the Congo River, a wild heartbeat echoing through the air. My pulse quickened, I could almost feel the ancient waters stirring, waking from a long slumber. Did you ever think, I whispered, my voice tremulous, that maybe it's not about proving the existence of the Mokelmbembe? Maybe it's about believing in the wonders of our world, the mysteries that keep us awake at night. The thoughts slipped out before I could cage them, raw and unfiltered, revealing the longing that gnawed at me. Ilara paused, her gaze intense, searching my eyes for something that wasn't there, a flicker of assurance, perhaps. But what if it's not a wonder, she murmured, her voice barely more than a breath. What if it's something we're better off without? In that moment, the jungle seemed to hold its breath, the chirps of crickets and croaks of frogs fading into an eerie silence. I could almost hear the rustling of time itself, swirling around us like shadows. I remembered my father's stories, his eyes wide with excitement as he spun tales of creatures unseen, of lands untouched. I remember the way he spoke about the Mokelmbembe, how it was a bridge between our world and the unimaginable. I confessed, the weight of nostalgia pressing on my chest. The trees shifted above us, and in that breath of movement, the air thickened, buzzing with the tension of 1,000 unspoken fears. I could see it, out there, just beyond the reach of my imagination, a silhouette gliding through the fog, a darker shade against the murky water. A massive creature, perhaps, its back cresting like a living hill, a long neck stretching toward the night sky, searching. Searching for what? I didn't know, but my heart thudded loudly in response, like a drumbeat calling forth the ancient spirits. Ilara gripped my arm, her nails biting into my skin, grounding me in that moment of terror and awe. We should go back, she urged, urgency dripping from her voice. This isn't a fairy tale, Josh. This is real, this could be dangerous. But I couldn't move. My feet felt rooted in the earth, and in the distance, I heard the water thrashing, a violent churn that shook the very fabric of the night. I remembered stories of those who had ventured too close to the beast, of fishermen whose nets had come back empty, of whispers of a creature that protected its territory with a fierce, primal rage. The ache of my desire collided with the pulse of fear, each heartbeat a reminder of all that could be lost or found. I remember the thrill, I whispered, my voice barely a thread, the idea that there's still magic in this world. Ilara, can't we just stay a little longer? Before she could answer, the water erupted into chaos, and there it was, a massive head breaking the surface, eyes gleaming like ancient stars, unblinking, searching. The Mokelmbemb. A dinosaur-like titan, a shiver of something primordial that sent a wave of terror cascading down my spine. The monstrous beauty of it made my breath hitch, a moment suspended in time, and I felt, for the first time, a soul-stirring connection to something greater than myself, an echo of the past that transcended time. As our gazes locked, the world fell silent, the air thick with a charged tension, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to snap. What was it I sought? Validation? Adventure? Or was it simply the desire to believe that we could still glimpse the extraordinary in the mundane? The Mokelmbemb stared, an eternal sentinel in the twilight, and I stood at the edge of reason, teetering on the brink of a revelation that could either shatter me or set me free. But then, with a swift motion, the creature submerged, the murky water closing over it like a shroud, leaving nothing but an echo of its presence and a wild confusion in our hearts. The jungle sighed, the moment broken, and Ilara turned to me, her face pale, eyes wide. "Did you see that?" she gasped, fear and wonder mingling in the depths of her gaze. "I remember," I whispered, but the words faded into the encroaching darkness, unsaid yet reverberating in the air, an invitation for the night to tell its own story. The storm cracked the sky open, lightning threading its fingers through the heavy clouds, illuminating the shadow of a rotting tree that stood like a sentinel at the edge of the wetlands. Rain fell in sheets, each drop was a reminder of what was lost, what was coming. I stood there, drenched to the bone, the cold wrapping around me like a mournful embrace. I could see her, my sister, Yarizi, her dark hair plastered to her forehead, eyes wide with terror as she clutched the talisman, the sacred stone we had scavenged from the depths of our grandmother's tales. The Tlaloc demanded offerings, but beneath the roaring sky, we were just two frightened children facing the wrath of a god. I remember when we thought the rain was just water, I whispered, my voice swallowed by the storm. I remember when we believed it was a gift, not a curse. It was a lie I had told myself, a lie that clung to my heart like the mud beneath our feet. But as the wetlands gurgled and heaved, alive with the sounds of creatures lurking just beneath the surface, I felt the truth clawing at me, begging to be heard. Our ancestors had warned us about the Tlaloc, the god of rain and monsters, the one who birthed nightmares from the depths of the earth. I remembered the stories, the hushed tones at night, the echoes of laughter mingled with fear. He brings life, they said, but he also takes. And now, I understood. "Yarizi!" I shouted, my voice breaking against the wind. She turned, her eyes shining with desperation, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope drown in the storm. "We need to go." The air smelled of ozone and rot, a scent that clung to my skin like guilt. I could feel it tightening around my throat, constricting, strangling me. She shook her head, defiance brewing in her small frame. "No. We can't leave him." In that moment, I realized it wasn't just the storm that terrified me, it was the fear of losing her to something greater than us. A monster, perhaps, but also a memory, a past that clung to her like the shadows sulking in the corners of our home. "Who?" I asked, my heart racing. "Who do you think we're saving?" My voice trembled under the weight of my own doubt. "His spirit," she shouted back, her voice cracking like the thunder above us. "He is lost, like us." I didn't understand. I didn't want to. But in the silence between the raindrops, I heard it, the heartbeat of the wetlands, a pulse that resonated with dread. Something stirred below the surface, a creature born of rain and shadows, and I felt the raw terror that clutched my heart begin to unfurl. As I grasped Yarizi's hand, the energy shifted, the air electric with a tension that made my skin crawl. The ground trembled as something colossal broke through the water's surface, sending a wave crashing over our feet. I could hear the whispers of the past in the rustling reeds, the ghosts of our ancestors warning us to turn away, to run. But my sister held her ground, her breath hitching in her throat as the creature emerged, dark and unrelenting. The Tlaloc was not a myth, he was flesh and fury, a twisting amalgamation of dreams and nightmares, rain-soaked and monstrous. His eyes, bright as the sun yet clouded with sorrow, bore down on us, and I felt my heart stop. I was staring into the abyss of forgotten memories, the sacrifices, the unspoken fears, the weight of history that clung to us like the mud. "Yeah, Razy, we need to go," I pleaded, but the words fell like stones, heavy and unyielding. She was entranced, eyes wide as the creature loomed before us. "Please," I begged, my voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the storm. "He is not our savior. He is our doom." But she stepped closer, her small frame illuminated in the flashes of lightning, and I could only watch, helpless, as she reached out a trembling hand. "I remember what you've sacrificed," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I remember you, Tlaloc." The storm swirled around us, wind howling like the anguished cries of the lost. I felt the weight of her words, the truth of our lineage, the burden of memory that had been passed down through generations. The Tlaloc was not just a monster, he was a reflection of our pain, our history woven into the fabric of every droplet that fell from the sky. The creature's gaze softened, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the boy he once was, the boy longing for acceptance, for understanding. But that moment shattered like glass as the monster roared, drowning our hopes in a tidal wave of rage. "Yeah, Razy!" I cried again, the desperation clawing at my throat. I grasped her arm, pulling her back as the water churned with furious intent. She was lost in the storm, caught between the god of rain and her unyielding desire to save him. "Let him go!" I screamed, my voice mingling with the thunder, a plea soaked in fear. "He cannot be saved. Not by us." But then, in the depths of that chaos, under the cacophony of rain and cries, I felt it, a shift, a pulse that resonated with the rhythm of my own heart. The air thickened, electric with potential. Something was changing. The Tlaloc's eyes bore down on us, the weight of history pressing against my chest. I felt the flood of memories rising, tales told around fires, ancestors who had made sacrifices, the scars left behind. And in that moment, I understood. Even gods could bleed. "Yeah, Razy!" I pleaded one last time. "We must choose." The storm surged, a fierce crescendo of wind and rain. Our bodies trembled as we stood at the precipice of destruction and hope, and as the air crackled with energy, I knew I was not just fighting for her, I was fighting for us, for every lost soul in the depths of the wetlands. Lightning struck, illuminating the monster and the girl, and as I held her gaze, I felt the world swirl into a singular heartbeat, a fragile thread tethered between us and the storm. The boundary between life and death blurred, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who came before, urging us forward into the unknown. Together, I breathed, and the words hung in the air, a lifeline tossed into the abyss. The rain fell harder, a rhythmic drumbeat that matched our racing hearts, and in that moment, everything shifted. Time slowed, our breaths intermingling with the storm, and I knew we had to face the monster together or risk being swallowed by the darkness forever. The Tlaloc roared again, but this time it felt different, as if the anger was not just directed at us, but at the pain that had birthed it. And we stood, intertwined in the storm, on the brink of a confrontation that would shape our fate, knowing that the rain would continue to fall, and the monsters would always lurk in the shadows. The wind howled like a wounded animal, tearing through the jagged peaks of the Andes, a bitter cry that echoed in the heart of the night. In the shadows where the mountains met the clouds, the air was thick with something ancient, something alive. It weighed down every breath, a heavy presence that sent shivers down the spine. I stood there, breathless, as the darkness pulsed around me, feeling the pulse of the Pahuachico, the spirits of the mountains, clawing at the edges of my sanity. Marta was crouched beside me, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, her hands trembling as she grasped the amulet that hung around her neck, a talisman meant to ward off evil. "They're angry," she whispered, her voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. "They don't want us here." Each word cut like shards of glass, sharp and relentless. I wanted to scream, to run, but fear held me captive, and curiosity dug deep into my chest like a ravenous beast. Just moments before, we had been laughing, our voices rising like smoke into the fading light. I remember the warmth of the sun, the way the golden rays danced across the mountain meadows, a world untouched by darkness. But now, that laughter seemed like a distant memory, swallowed whole by the night that crept ever closer. The mountains that cradled our village had become a prison, their spirits restless, their whispers a cacophony in our ears. In the distance, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and indistinct, moving with an assurance that sent a chill radiating through me. It was Tadeo, his face marked by the weight of loss, a boy forced to grow into a man too soon. I could see the shadows haunting him, the ghosts of his past etched into the lines of his brow. He didn't belong to the mountains belonged to him, binding him in a way that was both beautiful and suffocating. "We have to go back," he stammered, voice barely above a whisper, his eyes darting like trapped birds. "We can't face them. Not here." I felt the pull of the mountains, their silent call echoing through my very soul. They wanted something from us, something more than our fear. But what? I glanced at Marta, who was now clutching her amulet so tightly her knuckles turned white. "What do you see?" I dared to ask, hoping she could pierce the veil that hung between us and the unknown. "The Pawachiko," she breathed, her eyes glazing over as if seeing into another realm. "They're watching. They've seen our pain, and they're hungry." The last word hung in the air, heavy and oppressive, filling the void with a sense of dread that wrapped around my heart like barbed wire. Time stretched, each ticking second echoing through the night like a drumbeat heralding our doom. I could hear the whispers now, soft and insistent, weaving through the shadows like tendrils of smoke. They want to help us, I thought, even as the rational part of my mind screamed in protest. But they will demand a price. From the depths of the mountain, a low rumble began, shaking the ground beneath our feet. I looked at Tadeo, and his eyes were wide with terror, the reality crashing over him like a tidal wave. "It's not just a legend," he gasped. "They're real." The air thickened, the very atmosphere vibrating with energy, as though the mountains themselves were alive, holding their breath in anticipation. The darkness coiled around us, and I could almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter on my tongue. "We have to go," I urged, but the words felt hollow against the overwhelming presence that surrounded us. Marta shook her head, her voice a fragile whisper. "What if we face them? What if they can help us heal?" The longing in her voice was potent, a desperate plea that clawed at my heart. I saw it then, the raw, aching need within her, the desire to bridge the chasm that separated our pain from their ancient wisdom. However, Tadeo couldn't see it. He was too tangled in the web of his own grief. He had lost his brother to the mountains, swallowed whole by an avalanche that the elders said was a punishment. "They're vengeful," he insisted, "and we are intruders." But the anguish in his voice betrayed a flicker of doubt, a seed of desire buried deep within. Marta turned to him, her eyes fierce, filled with a fire that threatened to burn through the fog of despair. "Maybe they are angry because we've forgotten them," she said, trembling with conviction. "We must remember." But as she spoke, a shudder swept through the ground, a warning that reverberated in my bones. The figure from the shadows stepped closer, the moonlight revealing a face twisted with sorrow, a face I recognized. It was the spirit of Tadeo's brother, his eyes hollow, his mouth a silent scream. Time stood still as the realization hit us like a thunderclap. The mountains were not merely a backdrop to our lives. They were sentient, teeming with the weight of our histories, our joys, and our heartaches. They were the guardians of stories untold, and our very essence pulsed through the veins of the earth. "Face them, Tadeo!" I shouted, desperation flooding my voice. "Face your brother!" But he faltered, the shadows pressing in around him, suffocating and relentless. I can't. His breath came in gasps, as the weight of the past bore down on him, dragging him into the depths of despair. And in that moment, I remembered everything, the laughter, the joy, the weight of our shared burdens. Our lives were not just ours, they were woven into the fabric of the mountains. The Pawachiko were here to remind us, to guide us through the darkness, but we had to be willing to face the truth. The wind howled again, a mournful dirge wrapping around us as the spirits called. I took a step forward, pulling Tadeo and Marta with me, into the depths of the shadows where pain and healing intertwined, a place where the Pawachiko awaited with open arms, ready to guide us through the storm. The mountains trembled, and the air thrummed with the pulse of the unknown, a promise lingering in the darkness. And as we moved closer, I could feel our fates entwining with those spirits, a dance of grief and redemption that would echo through eternity. The night whispered secrets, the mountains shifted, and I knew, deep down, we were just beginning. The wind howled outside, a banshee's wail echoing through the night. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the cold air biting at my skin. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to reach for me, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. I didn't know whether to run or listen. It was a standoff against the dark, and I could feel it, the weight of something bound to this place, this moment, heavy with loss and longing. Sarah was on the floor, her knees drawn to her chest, rocking as if trying to cradle the grief inside her. The photograph slipped from her fingers, fluttering like a wounded bird, landing face down. I wanted to reach for it, to comfort her, but the air was thick with despair. She was haunted, not by ghosts of the past, but by the present, the raw ache of a sister lost to fate. The memory of their laughter filled the room like the scent of burnt wood, charred and bitter. "Do you hear it?" Her voice trembled. "She's calling." I remembered the stories, the old wives' tales, the warning in mother's eyes. The banshee, they said, wails for the dying. I hadn't believed it then, but standing beside Sarah, I felt it. The sound crept behind my ribcage, a chill that threaded through my veins, a harbinger of something terrible. In the echoes of Sarah's sorrow, I saw the truth. Death lurked in the corners, watching with hungry eyes. Across the room, Paul leaned against the wall, his face pale, lips pressed into a tight line. He was fighting his own demons, a tempest of regret swirling in his chest. I wished I could reach through the noise that separated us, to pull him back from the brink. He didn't have to bear this alone. But the distance was unbridgeable, like a chasm filled with shadows that whispered secrets too painful to voice. "Get out," he murmured, as if the words were a spell that could banish the memories haunting him. "Just go. Don't listen." I couldn't. The sorrow wrapped around me, tightening its grip. I remembered my own loss, the helplessness that gnawed at my insides, a sibling lost, a love that faded like the last light of a dying star. It resonated within me, reverberating with the wail of the banshee, urging me closer to the truth of our shared pain. The clock ticked in the background, each second a reminder of what was lost. Time felt warped here, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. It was as if we stood outside of reality, suspended in our grief, caught in a loop of anguish. I turned to Sarah, her face pale like moonlight, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You don't have to face this alone." She looked up at me, her gaze piercing through the fog of despair. "You think that matters? It won't change anything. She's gone. I can't bring her back." The silence that followed was suffocating, filled with the echoes of past laughter now drowned in sorrow. And then, the wail pierced through once more, a sound so raw it felt like a knife slicing through the night. Paul flinched, his body tensing as if preparing for a blow. "Make it stop," he shouted, a plea mingled with rage. "I can't take it anymore." The walls felt alive, thrumming with the energy of our collective grief. I grasped at the air, searching for comfort, a way to absorb the despair radiating from them. It was a dark symphony we were caught in, each note a reminder of loss, a warning of what lay ahead. "Maybe she's trying to tell us something," I whispered, more to myself than to them. "Maybe it's not just a curse." Sarah's laughter was brittle, like glass shattering against stone. Or maybe it's just a warning. To remind us that death is always there, lurking, waiting. I remembered my grandmother's stories of the banshee, how she was both a herald and a comfort, a spirit that mourned the living as fiercely as it mourned the dead. I felt an inkling of connection, a thread weaving us into something greater than ourselves. What if we could listen? What if she's guiding us? Paul pushed away from the wall, stepping closer to Sarah, the tension crackling between them like a live wire. You really think you can decipher the cries of death? You think it'll somehow heal this? Maybe we don't need healing, I countered, my heart racing. Maybe we just need to remember. In that moment, I saw it, the flicker of something in Sarah's eyes, a spark of understanding that momentarily broke through the fog. I remember, she choked out, and the words hung in the air like a prayer heavy with longing. I remember, the way she used to hum, the songs she sang. The way light danced in her eyes, even in the darkness. The wailing grew louder, an echoing reminder of everything we had lost, but somehow, it became more than just a cry of despair. It turned into an anthem, an invitation to remember, to revisit the memories that had shaped us. Shadows morphed into specters of the past, and in that moment, we were no longer alone. Let her in, I urged, feeling the gravity of our shared sorrow. Let her feelings wash over us, because she's still a part of us. As the wail enveloped us, something shifted. The darkness seemed to recede, allowing the flickering memories to surface. And there we were, three souls intertwined, grappling with the specter of grief. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder that life marched on, even in the face of despair. And as we stood there, listening to the haunting melody of the banshee, I felt the boundaries of our pain beginning to blur, transforming into something more profound, a bond that would withstand the test of time, a love that lingered longer than death itself. The moon hung low, a pale sentinel blinking through the twisted branches of the Jaguar tree. In the heart of a Nicaraguan night, the air felt electric, prickling the skin with an uncanny chill. I stood at the edge of the clearing, the shadows stretching long like fingers, reaching for something just out of grasp. My heart thudded in my chest, echoing the whisper of ancient stories waiting to be told. Two figures loomed before me, Roberto, the rugged fisherman with lines etched deep by the sun, and Elena, his younger sister, her eyes wild, reflecting a fire stoked by desperation. They were tethered to this moment, bound by the haunting legend of the Jaguar, a tree spirit said to guard the souls of the lost. My breath caught as I watched them, their faces flickering between terror and determination, like candle flames battling the wind. I remember the first time I heard the story, Roberto murmured, his voice thick with nostalgia and fear, the words trembling like the leaves above. Elena was just a child, her laughter ringing through the village as she chased the shadows. But those shadows, they weren't just shapes, they were warnings. Elena's eyes darted to the tree, a gnarled figure standing sentinel over their lives, its bark rough like the scars of past storms. It took him, Roberto. The spirit took him, she hissed, her voice breaking, splintering against the weight of memory. And now it wants me. The weight of her fear hung in the air, palpable, wrapping around my throat like a vine, constricting. I could almost hear the whispers of the Jaguar, calling out to the lost, to those who dared to trespass its sacred ground. What do we do? I wanted to scream, to pull them from the abyss of their despair. Yet silence sat heavily, taunting, a spectre in the night. Elena, Roberto's voice trembled, a fragile thread amidst the chaos. You mustn't listen to the tales. It's a trick, a ploy to keep us from the river. But even as he spoke, doubt curled its fingers around his resolve. The Jaguar had a way of weaving itself into dreams, bending thoughts until reality blurred. I could see it in the way they clung to each other, a desperate dance against the encroaching darkness. The night wrapped around us, a thick blanket of isolation. I felt the weight of their fear, a visceral pulse in the air, and it reverberated through my chest. The river is calling, I whispered, an incantation of hope. But a part of me knew the river was a siren, a dangerous lullaby promising solace yet steeped in treachery. Elena's breath hitched, her voice a mere ghost of a whisper. What if I don't come back? What if it takes me too? The fear in her words struck deep, piercing the veil of bravado. Her spirit shined brightly, yet in that moment, it flickered, casting shadows on the walls of her heart. It won't take you, Roberto insisted, grasping her shoulders, his hands trembling as if trying to anchor her against the tide of despair. I won't let it. But the words felt hollow, a fragile shield against the looming threat. And then silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating, before the wind rose, howling through the branches like a lost soul seeking refuge. Shadows danced, flickering like memories, and I felt the heartbeat of the Jaguar rise, echoing through the clearing. It was alive with the pain of those snatched from the riverside, stories woven into its bark, twisted and tortured. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, the old men in the village gathering around fires, their voices trembling with reverence and dread. The Jaguar, they would say, is a guardian and a killer. It watches, it waits. Those words now wrapped around me, binding me to this place, this moment. The air thickened with the weight of those who had vanished in the night, leaving only shadows behind. "Roberto, we can't stay here," Elena urged, her voice a raw edge tinged with a fear that clawed at the corners of my heart. I could see the panic rising within her, bubbling like a pot on the verge of boiling over. I can't be a part of this." But Roberto held steady, a lighthouse in a storm. "You're stronger than this," he whispered, hope lacing his voice, but doubt flickered in his gaze, an uninvited guest to the party of their lives. "We'll fight. Together. Together." The word resonated, a fragile promise against the shadows creeping around us. Yet, the Jaguar thrummed with a pulse of its own, beckoning, its branches swaying as if in laughter. Time seemed to stretch, a rubber band pulled taut, ready to snap. Elena turned her gaze toward the tree, the flicker of lights within its bark revealing the faces of the lost, the echoes of their laughter twisted into an anguished symphony. "I can feel it," she breathed, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "It's calling to me." "No!" Roberto shouted, his voice breaking, raw and desperate. "Don't listen. It wants to tear us apart." But the Jaguar's song was seductive, a haunting lullaby that promised to embrace her, to pull her into its depths where fear couldn't touch her. And in that moment, as the moon wove between the branches, I felt the cosmic weight of their choices hanging in the air. Life and death danced together, an endless waltz beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient tree. "Run!" I screamed, the urgency clawing at my throat, wanting to break free. But the words hung in the air, a whisper against the roar of the impending storm. The tree swayed, the shadows twisted, and the Jaguar's laughter echoed, a spine-chilling sound that left a bitter taste in my mouth. With every heartbeat, the world felt smaller, the shadows creeping closer, the legends more real. I saw their hands entwined, a fragile lifeline, as they faced the specter of the Jaguar, its presence pressing down like a weight, a dark omen promising that tonight, something would change forever. Together, they whispered, a mantra against the darkness. But the tree loomed, an eternal witness to their fear, its roots deep in the earth, entwined with the souls of the forsaken. And as I stood, breath caught in my throat, I knew, the night was far from over, and the Jaguar was only just beginning to stir. The wind howled through the twisted branches of ancient oaks, a fierce lament that echoed across the clearing. The night was heavy, cloaked in shadows thick enough to swallow even the bravest heart. In the distance, the flickering glow of a fire flickered like a dying star. I could almost hear its breath, faint, desperate, and longing for something lost. Alice stood there, eyes wide, reflecting the flames' dance, her breath coming quick and shallow. Beside her, Marco's fingers trembled as they clutched a leather-bound tome, its weathered pages filled with secrets long buried beneath layers of dust and folklore. "Did you hear that?" Alice whispered, a tremor lacing her voice. The forest had grown alive, a breathing entity full of whispers and rustles, every sound a reminder of the stories that shaped this land, a tapestry woven from the threads of legend and the raw, unyielding pulse of nature. "It's nothing," Marco replied, though his voice cracked, betraying the tightness in his chest. He could feel it too, the heavy air, the weight of expectations, the unrelenting pull of ancestral echoes. They had come here to find answers, their lives steeped in the lore of their ancestors, but the deeper they dug, the more the woods seemed to close in around them, suffocating and omnipresent. "I remember the stories my grandmother told," Alice continued, her voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread in the darkness. "The spirits that walked at night, the trees that could speak if you listened closely enough. It's all true, isn't it?" Marco's heart raced. He remembered too, the way her eyes had sparkled like embers when she spoke of the forest. "You think they're watching us? The spirits?" "No," she said, shaking her head vehemently. "I think they're judging us." The wind picked up, a sudden gust that sent leaves spiraling like lost souls. Marco shivered, the weight of his own guilt pressing down on him. He had dismissed the stories, labeling them mere folklore, tales told to keep children close to home. But now, standing amidst the trees that loomed like ancient sentinels, he felt the gravity of his ignorance. "Last year, those fires destroyed everything," he said, barely above a murmur, as if saying it louder would summon the memories, the charred remains of a world that had once thrived. The wildlife, the trees, and for what? An ember someone carelessly discarded. Alice's gaze turned fierce, igniting with passion. "They were our ancestors' homes too. We think we're separate, but the stories bind us. Nature is not just a backdrop, it's alive with memory." He couldn't meet her eyes, the shame clawed at him. Once, he had thought of nature as a resource, something to be conquered. But here, with the wind shrieking like a banshee, he felt the enormity of his mistake. The ghosts of the past were not just figments of imagination, they were the very essence of the land, whispering through the wind, crying through the cracks of fire-scorched earth. "But what do we do?" he asked, desperation curling around every word. "How do we fix it?" Alice turned, the firelight illuminating her face, revealing a determination that rattled him to his core. "We listen. We honor what we've broken. The stories, they'll guide us." She pointed to the book in his hand, a relic of myth and truth entwined. "Open it. Trust it." His hand shook, caught between disbelief and a burgeoning sense of urgency, as if the very act of reading could invoke a change. He opened the tome, the pages crackling like dried leaves, and began to read the words that felt like prayers and incantations, each syllable a step deeper into a chasm of understanding. The night thickened, the shadows lengthening, every moment stretching like time itself had forgotten its course. A chill seeped deep into their bones as the stories unfolded, tales of creatures that thrived in the hidden corners of their world, of spirits that protected the land, of ancestors who had danced with the trees. With each word, the air crackled, and the ground beneath them felt alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of an ancient rhythm. In this moment, they weren't just students of folklore, they were participants in an age-old ritual, the lines between human and nature blurring. Marco felt a pulse beneath his feet, a connection that coursed through him, raw and electric. "I can feel it," he gasped, overwhelmed. "Can you feel it?" "Yes," Alice breathed, her voice trembling, alive with the weight of understanding. "It's the heartbeat of the earth. It's the cries of the spirits. They want us to remember." And in that instant, the fire crackled fiercely, an explosion of heat and light that made them jump back. Shadows danced wildly, morphing into shapes that felt both familiar and terrifying. Marco's heart thundered as he grasped Alice's hand, their fingers entwining like roots seeking solace in the soil. But nature was not content to be merely an audience. The night erupted, a cacophony of sounds, a whirlwind of energy, ghostly whispers morphing into anguished cries that echoed through the trees, drowning out their thoughts. The spirits were restless, angry at the intrusion, their sorrow palpable. "Run!" Marco shouted, but it felt futile, it felt like trying to outrun the very essence of their being. He could feel Alice's grip tighten, her fear mirroring his own, and he realized then that there was nowhere to run. There was only the question that hung heavily in the air, unspoken yet electric: could they reconcile their existence with the stories of the past? The tension crackled, electricity in the air as the shadows coiled around them, spiraling into a chaos that threatened to consume everything they had ever known. The forest was alive, and it demanded their attention. In the heart of that tempest, as the world spun into chaos, they stood, intertwined yet divided, caught between folklore and reality, their hearts beating in a rhythm that was both haunting and beautiful. The stories were not just tales, they were warnings, luminous threads binding them to a world they had forgotten. And as the screams of the spirits crescendoed, echoing through the forest with an intensity that shook the very ground, they realized that the true confrontation was not with the darkness around them, but with the shadows within. Would they be brave enough to listen, to answer the call of the stories that demanded to be heard? The fire roared, and the night closed in, a canopy of mysteries pressing down, weaving a tapestry of emotion, tension, and unending possibility. In the distance, the stars twinkled, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light could flicker and be reborn. The clock struck midnight, drawing shadows deeper into corners, and a chill whispered through the empty streets. I stumbled upon an art gallery, a remnant of a forgotten world where the grotesque danced with beauty. Heavy breaths hung in the air, pulsing like a heartbeat, as if the very walls were alive with stories. I crossed the threshold, and the scent of oil paint and desperation filled my lungs, a mix that electrified my senses. There, at the center, stood a canvas so vivid it seemed to pulse with its own life. Monsters twisted in an orgy of color, their eyes glinting with raw hunger and ancient sorrow. I was no longer just a spectator, I was pulled into their realm, feeling their pain, their rage. A shudder rippled through me as I met her gaze, Evelyn, an artist torn between creation and destruction. Her fingers trembled, paintbrush poised like a knife at the edge of her sanity. She poured her soul onto the canvas, each stroke a scream, each color a memory of loss. The shadows around her flickered, and I could almost hear the distant wail of the ghost she painted. "They want to be seen," she whispered, voice breaking, "but I'm terrified of what they'll show me." I understood that fear. The world outside was a carnival of nightmares. It echoed through the veins of our cities, where media twisted monsters into myths, and giants lurked behind every headline, every flickering screen. There was Malcolm, a journalist, grappling with the weight of his own monsters. He stood at the edge of the room, eyes glued to Evelyn's work, the ghost of his past clawing at his throat. His demons weren't painted on canvases, they were headlines that screamed of chaos and despair. His words had become weapons, and he had lost control of the narrative. "Sometimes," he said, voice thick with unspoken regret, "I wonder if I've become the monster." There was a raw edge to his confession, an honesty that sliced through the tension. His stories had immortalized violence, transforming the human condition into a spectacle, a museum of horrors. As he stared at Evelyn's haunting creation, he felt the weight of the legacy they both carried, the monsters born from human anguish, their stories twisted, reformed, and ultimately forgotten. I watched as Evelyn's brush danced, memory swirling in vibrant hues, a silent battle raging within her. She captured the rawness of grief and the stark beauty of fear, weaving a tapestry of desolation that felt hauntingly familiar. I could see the flicker of her light and darkness battling beneath the surface, each color screaming for release. "It's not just about monsters," she said, lips trembling, "it's about the stories we refuse to tell." Outside, the city pulsed with a rhythm all its own, a heartbeat of metal and concrete, where monsters roamed the streets cloaked in human skin. A siren echoed in the distance, blending with the cacophony of voices, each one a reminder of the fragility of existence. I could taste the bitterness of despair, the sweetness of hope, all churning together in a cauldron of emotions. The night felt heavy, thick with the weight of unspoken truths that pressed down on our shoulders like a shroud. "I remember the first time I faced my monster," Malcolm said, voice a whispering echo. "It was in a dark alley, the kind where shadows conspire, and I thought I was brave." His eyes glistened, memories flooding back, each one sharper than the last. But bravery isn't the absence of fear, it's the willingness to howl in its face. He clenched his fists, grounding himself against the tide of emotions that threatened to drown him. Evelyn met his gaze, a flicker of understanding passing between them. They were both artists of a different kind, she painted with colors, while he painted with words. Yet, their canvases bore the same scars, riddled with the legacy of monsters that haunted their pasts, their nightmares intertwining. "What if we embraced them?" she asked. "What if we transformed our fears into art?" The question hung there, heavy as a storm cloud. It twisted in the air, an unfulfilled promise, vibrating with possibility. This was their confrontation, the moment where the walls began to close in, and vulnerability seeped through the cracks. I felt the tension thicken around us, a palpable energy that sparked the air. Each breath was a dare, each heartbeat an invitation to step closer to the abyss. Outside, the world raged on, horns blared, laughter echoed, but inside this gallery, time stood still. I could hear the cry of the past blending with the present, the ghosts of history whispering in the twilight. Monsters weren't merely creatures of the night, they were the reflections of our deepest fears, our unhealed wounds. They walked beside us, shaping our narratives, feeding on the stories we refused to share. I remember, I whispered, caught in the web of their emotions, when I first learned the truth about fear. The words hung between us, a bridge connecting our souls in this moment. It's not about conquering it. It's about understanding it. Evelyn nodded, eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she added a stroke of black to her canvas, symbolic, haunting. Malcolm stepped closer, drawn into her world, and in that moment, two souls seeking redemption collided. There was a quiet magic in their connection, a promise that sparked like a firework, illuminating the darkness around them. As they stood there, I felt the walls of the gallery pulse with their shared energy, the paintings whispering secrets meant only for them. I could sense the air thickening, the shadows growing restless, and I knew this was just the beginning. The legacy of monsters wouldn't just linger, it would evolve, transforming into something powerful and raw. In the heart of that gallery, amidst the chaos of creation and destruction, they found solace in each other, two flawed beings seeking to exorcise their demons through art and words. I felt the world shift, the atmosphere crackling with anticipation. They were on the precipice of something monumental, a confrontation with the darkness that would either consume them or liberate them. And as the clock ticked on, the shadows around us danced, waiting for their moment to spill forth. The monsters were restless, the stories long hidden ready to erupt into the light. I held my breath, caught in the throes of their emotional turmoil, knowing that this was a legacy that would echo through time, forever entangled with the very fabric of our existence. The wind howled like a wounded animal, a haunting cry that cut through the stillness of the night. Shadows danced, flickering across the walls of the old longhouse, where the air thickened with the weight of voices long silenced. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the cold creeping into my bones, each beat echoing the stories that had been stifled for generations. Outside, the moon hung like a ghost, shrouded in clouds, casting just enough light to reveal the weathered faces of the elders gathered around a sputtering fire. They were a tapestry of weariness and fierce resilience, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames, but deeper still, a glimmer of something ancient, something sacred. Beside me was Iona, her hands trembling as she clutched a bundle of worn, frayed cloth, the last remnants of her grandmother's shawl, where the threads whispered tales of courage and sorrow. "They're forgetting us," she murmured, her voice barely rising above the crackling fire. "Every day, a little more." Iona's heart was a tempest, torn between the weight of her lineage and the suffocating silence that threatened to erase it. She was fierce, yet vulnerable, a wildflower in a concrete jungle, clinging to roots that seemed to reach ever deeper into the past. Then there was Eli, his face shadowed under the brim of a battered hat, worn from the burdens of his own ancestry. He shifted on his feet, eyes darting between the fire and the gathering crowd, the tension palpable. "We need to tell their stories," he said, his tone sharp, like the edge of a knife. "If we don't, who will?" But fear gripped him, the kind that shackles the soul. Memories of laughter and tears woven into the fabric of his family's history flickered behind his eyes, but the ghosts of lost narratives loomed larger. "What if I can't?" he whispered, as the weight of expectation sunk into his chest. The elders began to chant, their voices rising like smoke, curling into the night, a melody that wove itself into the very essence of the earth beneath us. Each word was a thread, stitching together the fabric of time, binding the living to the departed. I felt the chill of something ancient, a spirit stirring within me, urging me to listen. I remember the night spent with my grandmother, her voice like honey, pouring stories into my eager ears. I remember, I whispered into the night, the stories of the coyote and the raven, how their mischief taught us wisdom. And in those words, I felt the pulse of my heritage, alive and vibrant. But Iona's gaze turned toward the shadows, and I could see the fear flicker in her eyes. "What if we're too late?" she asked, her voice breaking, as if the darkness might swallow her whole. The weight of her uncertainty bore down on us. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that hope was not lost, that the story still lived within us, but doubt knotted in my throat. Eli's hands clenched tight, a fleeting glimpse of the strength he had yet to realize within himself. "We can't let them fade," he said, the urgency in his voice scraping against the walls of our shared silence. "We have to fight for them." The fire crackled louder, a heartbeat of its own, and suddenly, the air shifted, thickening with an unspoken urgency. I saw the elders' faces illuminated by the flames, their expressions etched with sorrow and strength, the weight of their history pressing down on their shoulders. They were the guardians of a legacy that was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. Each tale, a lifeline, a bridge connecting the past with the present. And still, the world outside was a cacophony of modernity, drowning out the echoes of the sacred. But in this moment, something shifted. Iona stepped forward, the shawl clutched tightly against her heart, the flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. "I will not let them forget," she declared, her voice rising, slashing through the uncertainty like a knife through fog. "I will tell the stories." The fire crackled, responding to her courage, flames dancing higher, the air electric with possibility. Eli's eyes met hers, a spark igniting, their shared determination coalescing into something powerful, something real. And then I remembered, the tales of the stars, how they guided our ancestors through the darkest nights. I breathed, feeling the warmth of their history wrap around us like a cloak, whispering that we were never alone. We are the stories that were never told, the truth buried beneath the noise of the world. The elders watched, their gaze a tapestry of approval, encouragement, and a flicker of warning. The shadows grew restless, swirling around us, a reminder of the fragile nature of memory and legacy. Is it enough to simply tell the tales, I wondered? Or must we scream them into existence, clawing at the very fabric of time to weave our existence into the present? Iona and Eli stood resolute, their spirits entwined in the fight for our heritage, for every child who had ever listened to the stories, for every elder who had ever shared them. And as the fire blazed brighter, illuminating the night, I felt the pulse of our collective heartbeat resonating in the air. The stories of our ancestors were alive, raw, and throbbing, waiting to be told. We were the keepers of the flame, and with every word we spoke into the darkness, we carved our names into the annals of time. The night stretched around us, an infinite canvas, and we were ready to paint it with the colors of our truth. I remember. But the truth was, we were not just remembering, we were reviving a legacy. The night was heavy with promise, and the shadows seemed to lean closer, as if they too were listening, waiting for the stories to unfold.